Chapter 2350. Entering the God of War Golden List. Chapter 2350. Entering the God of War Golden List. Redleaf did not know when Yi Yuan left. Her entire person was still in a dazed state. The price of one jade true sword was 300 over point. 1,000 over was more than 300,000. Yi Yuan paid close to 400,000 God of War points in one go, and he purchased more than 1,000 jade true swords. This was really a huge splurge. This young man, who had already disappeared for close to 890 years and had never appeared on the God of War points, where did he get so many God of War points? One had to know having 300,000 God of War points was already sufficient to rank in the top 1,000. The God of War Golden List's ranking, the closer to the front, the greater the difference in God of War point. Just like Wang Zhen, who was in the first place currently, his God of War points reached more than 3 million. This was an extremely terrifying number, a figure that made virtually all of the unpredictable children feel despair. The only one who could threaten him was only Zhang Lian. But even Zhang Lian currently only had over 2.4 million. This was a full 500,000 over God of War points worse than Wang Zhen. The God of War points in the top 10 of the God of War Golden List were basically all above 1 million too. Existences like Wang Zhen had never died before since entering the primeval war realm until now. 900 over years of accumulation, that was no joke. Actually, Yi Yuan had merely only come out for 3 years. These 3 years' time, he was hunting fierce beasts in the myriad beast battle plane. Several hundred years of gaining enlightenment on Dao, Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to middle stage world realm. If let others know that Yi Yuan obtained 400,000 God of War points in a short 3 years, they would definitely be astounded with amazement. This efficiency was simply too terrifying. The myriad beast battle plane was a place that even the likes of Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian did not dare to easily step foot into. Yo, our son of time is going out of the city to earn points? Ha ha ha, having comprehended time law, you must be very formidable, right? Is 10 years time enough? Impressive, our son of time is going to counterattack. With 1.3 million over points, you can definitely enter the top 10. Buck up. Haha, son of time, 10 years is enough, it can be used as 1,000 years. Yi Yuan went out of the city. It was all taunting voices everywhere around him. With regards to him, such a weird existence, everyone naturally turned their noses up in scorn. Everyone entered in order to improve themselves and fight for the qualifications to enter the top 10. But Yi Yuan was good, to actually waste all of his time on time law. There were still 10 years now. He suddenly ran out to earn God of War points. It really made people laugh their heads off. As for time law, Body thought that Yi Yuan comprehended it at all. Want to comprehend, he would have long comprehended it. Yet, he comprehended it when it was about to end? After leaving the city, Yi Yuan returned to the myriad beast battle plane once more. 1,000 peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures, under Yi Yuan's control. How powerful was its might? Yi Yuan already obtained 400,000 points here without these heavenly emperor spirit treasures, let alone now. After arriving at the myriad beast battle plane, Yi Yuan started his crazy plan for earning points. There were very few people in the myriad beast battle plane. Those who dared to come here were mostly extremely strong, so not many people noticed Yi Yuan's existence. If somebody was here, they would discover that the flow of time around Yi Yuan was currently quietly changing. The moment those fierce beasts entered a certain range, it was like they had fallen into a quagmire, allowing Yi Yuan to do as he pleased. That was precisely the sign of time law. Yi Yuan was able to earn God of War points so quickly in the myriad beast battle plane precisely because of time law. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan wasted these few centuries. Who could have expected that he really comprehended time law? With regards to the comprehension of time law, Yi Yuan had an advantage that no one else had. He already learned the rudiments of time law to begin with. Coupled with heavenly Tao true word, Yi Yuan was not absolutely ignorant about time law. But even so, time law was still the power of law that he spent the most time on so far. Around roughly 400 years, Yi Yuan finally opened this door and started comprehending the law fragment. However, it was not smooth sailing for Yi Yuan when he was comprehending time law. In the 400 years after that, only then did he slowly digest this small piece of time law. Using close to 900 years' time to go and comprehend a power of law, this was something that Yi Yuan had never encountered before. It could be seen how great the difficulty of time law was. There were indeed many unpredictable children in the primeval war realm. But in terms of comprehension ability, none was superior to him. Regardless of the power of law, Yi Yuan was the first to advocate it, comprehending the chaos heaven-span canon, this heaven-defying existence of a cultivation method. It was impossible for the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen to be stronger than him too. No matter how powerful these geniuses were, their cultivation time was also several times, even several dozen times, several hundred times of Yi Yuan's. But Yi Yuan used such a short time and comprehended a law that was even stronger than theirs. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. However, comprehending this small piece of time law fragment, Yi Yuan's application of time law was only at the degree of 1 to 5 as well. Right now, he could speed up the surrounding flow of time by 5 times, or reduce it by 5 times. Although it was only this, Yi Yuan's improvement in strength was far more than that. His sword Tao source, formation Tao source, plus spatial law, were incomparably swift and fierce in the first place. Now, with the addition of the application of the speeding up and slowing down of time, the variations of his means would become even harder to ascertain. When facing the enemy, his combat power would be even more terrifying. It was also precisely so that Yi Yuan could be like fish in water in the powerful myriad beast battle plane. Very soon, the God of War Golden List was released once more. Because the time Yi Yuan returned to the city was only less than a year, he still did not make the list this time. This way, it attracted even more mockery. Close to 1,000 years of ACCU mulation, wanting to enter the rank of top 3,000 now, roughly requiring only 100,000 God of War points. Yi Yuan merely entered the myriad beast battle plane for 4 to 5 months' time. It was naturally impossible to attain so many God of War points. However, it was already very close to. Hoo-hoo, only 9 years left. This guy didn't even make the top 3,000. What a joke. Jiang Zhe looked at the God of War Golden List and mocked. After 9 years, I really want to take a look at his expression. This guy will be the laughingstock of the entire heaven-span world. Lin Zhan also said with a snicker. Very soon, another year said. This time, Jiang Zhe could not laugh anymore. My eyes aren't failing, right? This 1 year's time. He earned more than 100,000 God of War points? It's too fake. Jiang Zhe looked at the name on the God of War Golden List with a shocked expression on his face. Yi Yuan, 159,842 God of War points, ranked number 2745. This name finally made it onto the God of War Golden List for the first time. Yi Yuan's name had long been resounding like the roar of thunder in Cloudade City. Everyone knew that there was such a fool who overestimated his own ability, spending all of his time on comprehending time law. Falling behind others by 990 years, how could it be possible to catch up within a short time? One had to know, the powerhouses who entered the top 3,000 had gone through close to 1,000 years of ACCU mulation before obtaining 100,000 over God of War points. But Yi Yuan only used 1 year and entered the top 3,000? Chapter 2351. Reality Mercilessly Slapping Faces. Chapter 2351. Reality Mercilessly Slapping Faces. It's impossible, right? Why did Yi Yuan's G.O.D. of war points suddenly increase so much? This Yi Yuan wouldn't be that fool who was comprehending time law, right? He has never entered the G.O.D. of war golden list before. Heard that this kid's cultivation realm isn't high, but his combat strength is extremely formidable, having comprehended 2 kinds of power of laws. It's just that only focusing on strength now, doesn't he feel that it's too late? In Cloudade City, everyone was discussing the Yi Yuan who just entered the G.O.D. of war golden list. There was no choice. He was the focal point to begin with. Now that he appeared in everyone's field of vision again, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Reaching the last 10 years, those ranked towards the back basically all did not have hope anymore. Each and every one of them was bored out of their minds, and they naturally had to look for topics of discussion. Very clearly, Yi Yuan was this sort of explosive figure. Hence, everyone paid more attention to him. Especially Jiang Zhe and his group. They wished for Yi Yuan to risk his life and fail to enter the top 10 in the end. That way, they would be able to mock to their heart's content. On the wilderness, 2 figures were currently advancing swiftly. One was calm as a mountain, the other was so beautiful as to cause the flowers to blush and the moon to hide. These 2 were naturally the Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian, who were training in the myriad beast battle plane. How strange. We walk so far, but why didn't we encounter a single fierce beast? According to past experiences, there should be even more fierce beasts here. Zhang Lian said with a puzzled look. Wan Zhen's gaze was slightly sullen, and he frowned and said, "Could it be that it has already been cleaned up by someone before?" Impossible. The fierce beasts in this region are very powerful. Even if you and I enter, we'll have to be careful too. Once we fall into a heavy encirclement, it will be hard to escape death. In this Cloudade City, apart from you and me, who else has this ability? Zhang Lian immediately denied it. Wan Zhen said, "What you said is right, but it's indeed a little strange. There seem to be some activities over there. Go over and take a look." His perception was very keen, faintly feeling that there seemed to be significant undulations very far in front. The 2 people's movement techniques were extremely fast, plusing ahead very soon. Suddenly, the 2 were stunned by the scene before their eyes. In front of them was a sea of fierce beasts. There were at least several thousand fierce beasts roaring crazily, plusing towards somewhere in the sea of beasts. These fierce beasts seemed to be triggered by something. All of them were like they went mad. 7th Firmament and 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor fierce beasts. Furthermore, it was even fierce beasts with extremely high comprehensions and laws. There were several thousand of them bellowing in the wilderness all at once. That scene was too shocking. In the sea of beasts, there seemed to be a figure that appeared from time to time, unable to see clearly. Those fierce beasts seemed to be losing their H.I.+T at that person. The 2 people's complexions were somewhat pale. Those violent attacks made them somewhat shudder with fear. Wan Zhen, this scene, can you deal with it? Zhang Lian swallowed his saliva and said. Wan Zhen had a solemn look and shook his head and said, "We'll die beyond a doubt." Zhang Lian said, "You're the G.O.D. of war golden lists number 1, and I'm number 2. Even you and I can't handle it, then, who's in the sea of beasts?" Wan Zhen was silent. It was true that they were strong, but facing such a horrifying beast horde, it was impossible for them to survive too. These fierce beasts were of different types. The laws comprehended were different. Some laws just happened to restrain your law, which would make martial artists very uncomfortable. Moreover, being besieged by so many fierce beasts, divine essence was a huge problem. The divine essence of heavenly emperor powerhouses was extremely vast, but their moves likewise consume a lot of divine essence. Facing so many fierce beasts, their divine essence consumption speed increased sharply. These two people killing all the way over, they at most faced the besiegement of 30+ fierce beasts. Several thousand fierce beasts, they did not dare to imagine it at all. Suddenly, Wang Zhen's pupils constricted. His gaze turned intent, and he sucked in a breath of cold air deeply. Amen? What discovery did you make? Zhang Lian said. Wang Zhen said, have you noticed that the fierce beasts around that figure, their tempo is completely different from the outer peripheral? Zhang Lian focused his eyes and looked over, and discovered that it was really the case. Even though this range was not large, with his eyesight, he could naturally tell at a glance. Just now it was because it was too shocking, resulting in overlooking this detail. It really is true. Zhang Lian was talking halfway, when suddenly, his expression changed wildly and he exclaimed, it wouldn't be him, right? This isn't possible. Wang Zhen's gaze became extremely solemn and he said, who else is there beside him? Actually, you yourself already have that thought, right? Zhang Lian said in shock, He really succeeded? But that's time law. A hint of melancholy suddenly flashed across Wang Zhen's face. Clearly, this conjecture made him feel somewhat of a loss. So what if time law? No matter how difficult it is, there's also someone who comprehended it. Heavenly Emperor profound secrets can, why can't he? It's a shame that there's no more time. Otherwise, I'd really want to comprehend time law, Wang Zhen said. It was not that he was unable to comprehend time law, but that time was too short. A short 1,000 years, want to comprehend time law, this was simply something impossible. Wang Zhen believed that Heavenly Emperor profound secrets must have also gone through countless years to comprehend time law. As long as he was given time, he would definitely be able to comprehend time law. Regardless of whether it was 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years. But the divine race would not give him time. However, what he could not accomplish, Yi Yuan did it. He only used a short 1,000 years' time and comprehended the time law which was known as the supreme law. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, Yi Yuan came in 100 years later than them, which was also to say that Yi Yuan only used 800 over years and achieved this great feat. We were still mocking him for clinging onto it previously. Now what irony! It turns out that it's our talent that's too lousy, rashly discussing about people's talent. Zhang Lian said with a bitter smile on his face. To be able to rank second in Cloud Aid City, it could be seen how confident he was in his own talent. One had to know, those able to enter the primeval war realm were all unpredictable children, their talents extremely terrifying. And he and Wang Zhen were the strongest ones among these unpredictable children. They had sufficient reason to be proud. Hence, when Yi Yuan was persistent in wanting to comprehend time law, they were very disdainful in their hearts. The law that even they were unable to comprehend, what right did Yi Yuan have to comprehend it? Even if he could comprehend, it was also impossible within a short 1,000 years. Wang Zhen similarly smiled bitterly and said, It's not just you. Every single person in the city was jeering at him, laughing at his ignorance, laughing at his overestimation of his own ability. I previously also thought that this kind of mocking made sense. But now, reality slapped faces mercilessly. Comprehending time law, his gains from this trip to the primeval war realm is greater than any one of us. During these several hundred years, they felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very naive. Knowing how to make one's choice was what defined a wise man, and only then could one achieve great things. Yi Yuan clearly did not know how to choose. But now, Yi Yuan used action to tell them that they were wrong. The two looked from afar just like that. They wanted to see how strong Yi Yuan who comprehended time law was. The more they watched, the more alarmed they got. Chapter 2352, Soaring. Chapter 2352, Soaring. How? How is he earning GOD of war points? It's simply SNATC, Hing. Zhang Lian had a look of righteous indignation on his face, feeling that Yi Yuan's way of operating was very disgraceful. Amidst the sea of beasts, Yi Yuan relied on his powerful sword formation to kill his way in and out. The outcome was the place being akin to a no-man's land. Under the intertwining of time law and spatial law, it was very hard for the attacks of these fierce beasts to hurt Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's sword formation could cause a fatal blow to these fierce beasts. Therefore, this scene seemed like a grand sight, but actually Yi Yuan was as steady as Mount Tai. But Wang Zhen's gaze was very solemn, and he said, although his realm isn't high, his strength is too formidable. Being able to control 1,000-peak heavenly emperor spirit treasures, his soul force is simply fearsomely powerful. Also, the application of various laws is utterly brilliant too. This guy simply has no weaknesses to exploit. Zhang Lian looked toward Wang Zhen in surprise. He did not expect that the proud Wang Zhen actually had such a high appraisal of a person. But hearing Wang Zhen's lysis, he also felt that this guy was too monstrous. Ignoring other things, just controlling 1,000 swords, the might of his soul force could be rated as terrifying. Zhang Lian suddenly gave Wang Zhen a glance, his eyes plus mirroring with water as he said, at his rate the two of our positions aren't safe. When Wang Zhen heard that, his expression could not help stiffening up. Leave. Wang Zhen's expression turned solemn, and he directly left. Who among these geniuses was not arrogant at heart and haughty in manner? Even if Yi Yuan's talent was stronger than theirs, they did not want to lose to Yi Yuan too. Before this, Wang Zhen two people were still relatively relaxed, because there was already no one who could pose any threat to them. But now, when they saw Yi Yuan hunting fierce beasts with such high efficiency, the pressure increased sharply. After Yi Yuan finished dealing with this wave of fierce beasts, he would get thousands of GOD of war points no matter what. Another year said in a twinkle. It reached the day where the GOD of war golden list was released again. Cloudade City immediately became lively. Early in the morning, it was already packed with people in front of Cloudade City's central square. Jiangzhe was shockingly there. Jiangzhe, do you think Yi Yuan that brat will enter the top 2,000 this time or not? Lin Zhan asked Jiangzhe. He, do you really think that GOD of war points are cabbages? The higher the rank, the less the GOD of war points obtained from hunting fierce beasts. He already entered the ranks of 2,000 plus. Wanting to obtain a large batch of GOD of war points again, he'll have to hunt even more formidable fierce beasts. With his fourth firmament heavenly emperor's strength, Jiangzhe said firmly. Indeed, just a fool. Originally, he was pretty talented. Why did he have to go and comprehend whatever time law? Now there are just the last few years left. Then he came out wanting to compete for it again. How could there be such an easy thing? Yeah. If he succeeds like this, then wouldn't the primeval war realm's millions of geniuses become a joke? There were many people who agreed with Jiangzhe in the crowd. After all, Yi Yuan's way of doing things made many people feel inconceivable. He naturally became the object of ridicule too. Suddenly, a rift fissured apart in the void. An enormous golden book broke out of thin air. The book slowly unfolded. Everyone was briming with expectations. Very soon, the page of the book revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. First place, Wang Zhen, 3,157,321 GOD of war points. Seeing this name, everyone had a look that it was only to be expected. Really impressive. 1 year's time, Wang Zhen gained tens of thousands of GOD of war points again. Reaching his ranking, he can still rise several tens of thousands in 1 year. His strength is really formidable. His position of first place really doesn't have anyone who can shake it anymore. Zhang Lian won't cut it either. Although they had already been amazed many times, when they saw Wang Zhen's ranking and G.O.D. of war points, everyone still could not resist exclaiming with amazement once more. For 1,000 years, Wang Zhen already became a benchmark, becoming a phenomenon. From the first time the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released, Wang Zhen had firmly occupied the first place. One had to know, the first time that the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released, Wang Zhen spent several decades' time to go and comprehend time law. Later, when the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released the second time, Wang Zhen already left people far behind in the dust, gradually shaking Zhang Lian off. Later, the gap between the two became wider and wider. The pages unfolded again, revealing the second-place Zhang Lian. His G.O.D. of war points also rose to more than 2.5 million. Further down, the third place dropped to 1.7 million all of a sudden. The gap grew wider and wider. Li Jin actually dropped out of the top 10. The compet. 1. Tie-in for the top 10 is really getting more and more fierce. There's also Zhu Tian, he's already squeezed to 10th place, those at the back are hot in pursuit. 8th place to 15th place, the gap isn't very big. If anyone breaks through in terms of comprehension, they will probably surpass SS very quickly. As the pages slowly unfolded, everyone's discussion became more and more heated. The golden names of the top 10 shone brilliantly and were many sizes larger than the other people's names. Further back, there was actually not much viewing value anymore. Even though there were some fluctuations in ranking, not entering the top 10, everything was futile. However, there was another name that everyone was very concerned about, which was Yi Yuan. The last time the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released, Yi Yuan entered the G.O.D. of War Golden List for the first time, which already caused a great sensation. This time, everyone wanted to see whether Yi Yuan's ranking dropped out, or moved forward again. After that, the speed at which the pages unfolded slowly increased until it was fanned out in the end. Everyone habitually searched from behind. But after looking for half a day, they could not find Yi Yuan's name either. Anybody saw Yi Yuan's name? I already read until 1,500th place from the back and didn't see it. Most likely fell out of the top 3,000, right? Or maybe he already died and we just weren't aware. I found it. What's wrong? What place is it? 553rd place. How is this possible? What? 500 plus ranking? The crowd exploded all at once. Everyone looked in the direction of ranks around 500 and saw that Yi Yuan's name was surprisingly in the 553rd position. Promoting 2,000 over places in a year? This was also too freakish, right? 553rd place, 634,365 G.O.D. of war points. He obtained 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in this 1 year? This G.O.D. of War Golden List wouldn't have made a mistake, right? When the G.O.D. of War Golden List was released the first time, Wang Zhen used 30 years' time and only obtained 500,000 G.O.D. of war points. Yi Yuan only used 1 year and achieved it? In the crowd, Jiang Zhe was completely dumbfounded. Over 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in 1 year, this force of explosion was simply like a sledgehammer, stunning his entire person. He was already prepared to taunt Yi Yuan, but this value of 500,000 shocked him. At the rate of this speed, wouldn't even Wang Zhen's position be threatened? In the next 8 years, 500,000 in a year, that was 4 million G.O.D. of war points. This was a heaven-defying tempo. No, wait. The higher his ranking, the lesser the G.O.D. of war points obtained when hunting fierce beasts. Now, even Wang Zhen's speed of getting GOD of war points had dropped, let alone Yi Yuan. Chapter 2353. Major Reversal. Chapter 2353. Major Reversal. He must have gone to the myriad beast battle plane. Otherwise, it's impossible to get so many GOD of war points within a year. Bulls. HI plus T. Don't you know that Wang Zhen is in the myriad beast battle plane too? He only obtained several tens of thousands of points. That can only mean that Yi Yuan's efficiency is too high. Could it be that he really comprehended time law? That's impossible. Even Wang Zhen couldn't comprehend it. So what right does he have? Over 500,000 GOD of war points in a year. This number shocked all of the unpredictable children in the city. Hence, Yi Yuan was speculating how Yi Yuan obtained so many GOD of war points. Everyone had different opinions about this matter. No matter who, they could not explain it either. Because apart from Yi Yuan, no one could achieve this. Wang Zhen could not as well. Hence, everyone waited to see, waiting for the update of the GOD of War Golden List next year. A year's time was merely a snap of a finger. The day when the GOD of War Golden List was announced again arrived very quickly. I don't believe that this guy can really overturn the heavens. His ranking is so high now. The GOD of War points obtained will be greatly reduced. If he can get 200,000 this time, it will already be very impressive. Jiang Zhe predicted very confidently. Everyone deeply felt that way too. Not that they were looking down on Yi Yuan, but that this was an inevitable trend. Along with the increase in ranking, getting GOD of war points would become harder and harder. Even if your combat strength surpassed, said all others, you would always run into the upper limits of your own strength. In a short 1,000 years' time, how could it be possible to continuously be improving and challenging high-level fierce beasts endlessly? This was illogical. I also feel that the GOD of war points he obtained this time should be between 200,000 to 300,000. This time next year, it will definitely be even lesser, between 100,000 to 200,000. It should be like this. He hasn't taken action for so many years. Having an outbreak period is a very normal phenomenon. But it also ends here. Later, it will get slower and slower. Top 10 is definitely enough to choke on. But within top 30 shouldn't be an issue anymore. Everyone was all discussing the limits of Yi Yuan's strength and calculated that Yi Yuan's final result would be between 1.2 million to 1.4 million. At the rate of the current trend, this GOD of war points was already sufficient to rank into the top 30. But wanting to rank in the top 10, there was basically no chance. Very soon, the Golden Book pages unfurled once more. Everyone had looks of anticipation on their faces. The first place impressively still was Wang Zhen, without the slightest suspense. But what surprised people was that Wang Zhen actually obtained a lump sum of 130,000 GOD of war points this time, reaching more than 3.28 million. This was a very horrifying number for his rank. And the second place Zhang Lian actually increased more than 110,000 GOD of war points too. This chance made everyone rather surprised. How did Wang Zhen gain so many GOD of war points in this 1 year? Even if he casually hunted some fierce beasts now, it's also impossible for Zhang Lian to catch up to him too, right? There's also Zhang Lian. These two people are suddenly struggling fiercely. What in the world are they afraid of? Maybe they know about Yi Yuan's sudden emergence. It's also not impossible that they are afraid of him catching up. Ha ha! How is that possible? Even if give him another 100 years, he can't catch up too. These words, everyone naturally just treated it as a joke. No one would really take Yi Yuan seriously. Yi Yuan just started, while Wang Zhen's GOD D of war points was 6 times of Yi Yuan's. How could this gap possibly be caught up to within a short 7 years? According to everyone's guesses, the greatest likelihood was still that these two people were going all out. How could they know that Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian's pressure came from precisely Yi Yuan? Ever since they saw that Yi Yuan comprehended time law, the two of them seemed to have gone crazy, desperately hunting fierce beasts. They continuously challenged their limits, carrying out a slaughter frenziedly. In this 1 year, the two people's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, increasing significantly. However, they did not dare to slack off in the slightest, because there was someone chasing from behind. Looking further down, the top 30 was followed with close interest. But, when the pages opened to the 30th place, everyone was shocked. Only to see that on the 3rd place from the bottom of the page, a golden name was written impressively, Yi Yuan. 28th place, Yi Yuan. God of war points, 1,239,804. In this instant, the unpredictable children in the entire square felt that their breathing became somewhat labored. Those people who predicted Yi Yuan's God of war points previously all collectively lost their voices now. The originally noisy square instantly quietened down. Suddenly, someone said rather uncertainly, He entered the top 30 already? My eyes aren't failing me, right? 1 year, 600,000 God of war points, really blinded my eyes. Rising so many places in the ranking, his God of war points actually didn't drop, but increased instead. How did he do it? In the crowd, Jiangzhe suddenly yelled hysterically, the God of war golden list must have made a mistake. There absolutely must be a mistake. 1 year 600,000, how can someone possibly achieve it? Not knowing why, he suddenly rather a little teared. 1 year 600,000 God of war points, this kind of thing simply subverted his understanding. Right, there must be a mistake. This guy must have found this world's loophole. Otherwise, how can this year be even more than last year? Someone immediately agreed. It must be like this. See his ranking next year then. When the matter exceeded everyone's understanding, they habitually let their imaginations run wild, finding all sorts of reasons to deny this phenomenon. Especially for these geniuses, they did not want to acknowledge that someone was so much stronger than them. In the 4th year, everyone already did not care about Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian anymore. Everyone's attention was all on Yi Yuan. After a year's time, what place would Yi Yuan charge to this time? When the golden book pages slowly opened, everyone's expressions solidified once more. 13th place. Over 1.7 million God of war points. A year's time, Yi Yuan increased by another 500,000. Although it was a little less than last year, Yi Yuan still maintained the rapid growth momentum. He was only a step away from the top 10. As a result, the idea of a loophole in the rules caused a huge clamor once more. Jiangzhe already did not know how to describe his feelings. A few years ago, he ridiculed Yi Yuan over and over again, saying that it was laughable for Yi Yuan to make a frantic last-minute effort. But now, he already became the most laughable person. Yi Yuan used a rocket-like speed of rising to prove his ridiculousness. So what if there were only 10 years left? Insane, insane, insane. Really too crazy. In the last 10 years, could it be that Yi Yuan is going to make a major comeback? This guy wouldn't be aiming for first place, right? My God close to 3.5 million God of war points, and it's still growing. If it's Serpa said by him, wouldn't the heavens change? At this time, some people thought of this possibility. They could not help being filled with fear. Could Wang Zhen's throne of first place be protected in the final 6 years? Chapter 2354. Final Suspense. Chapter 2354. Final Suspense. In the 5th year, Yi Yuan's GOD of war points grew by another 450,000, reaching 15 million. This way, Yi Yuan used 5 years' time and rose to the top 3 at a rocket speed. The entire city was shocked. No one could have thought that in the last 10 years, the GOD of war golden list actually changed heavens. After close to 1,000 years, more than 12,000 unpredictable children fought hard before they had today's result. But who knew that Yi Yuan only used a short 5 years and climbed to 3rd place? The questioning voices grew louder and louder. The questioning of a loophole in the rules grew more and more. Clearly, everyone was very unconvinced by this result. But now, an even bigger question was placed in front of everyone. That was, could Yi Yuan Serpa S the top 2 on the ranking list? Could he make a heaven-defying comeback at the last moment? These two shook the rest off far behind them. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly making a determined effort. It wouldn't really be because of Yi Yuan, right? Suddenly, someone said weakly. There had been this argument previously, but everyone felt that this argument was too ridiculous. But today, when Yi Yuan climbed to 3rd place, this notion suddenly popped up in everyone's heads once more. This time, everyone did not find it ludicrous anymore. Although this argument was still a little preposterous, Yi Yuan's speed of ascending was already sufficient to make the top 2 take it seriously. That's impossible. How would Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian know that Yi Yuan's GOD of war points will suddenly balloon? It can basically be confirmed now that regardless of whether it is Yi Yuan, Wang Zhen, or Zhang Lian, they are all at the Myriad Beast battle plane. Maybe they met? It's also not entirely impossible. Previously, Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian's GOD of war points clearly slowed down. These few years, they've made new heights year after year. Clearly, they are going all out. If there's no sense of pressure, how can they possibly work so hard? With drive and without drive, those were two completely different things. Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian already swept away all opponents 5 years ago. For 10 years, there was no one who could catch up to them at all. Hence, even if they worked hard, it was also just a challenge to themselves, and would not push themselves to the limit. But if they ran into Yi Yuan and witnessed Yi Yuan's combat strength, that would be totally different. This kind of situation was very likely. For a moment, everyone fell into shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan really relied on his strength and obtained so many GOD of war points? The following few years completely became these three people's tussles. In the 6th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 points, reaching 55 million. That was only a step away from Zhang Lian's 8 million. Everyone's nerves were wound up tightly. In the 7th year, Yi Yuan still obtained over 400,000 GOD of war points, reaching more than 97 million. This year, Yi Yuan was still ranked 3rd. However, he was merely just a few thousand GOD of war points away from the 2nd place. Without any doubt, this time next year, Yi Yuan would replace Zhang Lian, who was at the 2nd place, becoming the GOD of war golden list's 2nd place. No one could have thought that Zhang Lian, who was as steady as Mount Tai, would actually be Serpa, as said by someone one day. Sure enough, in the 8th year, Yi Yuan obtained another 400,000 GOD of war points, Serpa, as Sing Zhang Lian in one stroke, becoming the GOD of war golden list's 2nd place. On this day, the entire Cloudade city was seething with excitement. And it, even though I've been mentally prepared for a long time, when this day really arrived, it still feels unthinkable. What the F***CK? I can't figure it out. Even Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian can only obtain over 100,000 GOD of war points in a year. So how did he achieve 400,000 a year? Zhang Lian has already been pulled down. Right now, there's only Wang Zhen left. Zhang Lian had already been Serpa, as said. Yi Yuan was only left with a final opponent, Wang Zhen. This person was Cloudade City's insurmountable existence. He was a powerful opponent that made everyone not dare to look directly at him. Starting from roughly the 200th year, there was already no one who dared to have the thought of Serpa sing him anymore. This notion became increasingly stronger towards the end. But no one could have thought that in the last 10 years, a guy who had never entered the God of War Golden List before suddenly skyrocketed heaven-defyingly, arriving at the position of second place. And now Wanzhen's God of War points was 398 million. Yi Yuan's God of War points was currently 342 million. There was a difference of 560,000 God of War points between the two. Could it be Serpa? As said? Staying in the primeval war realm for close to 1,000 years, these unpredictable children had never discovered that they would get so nervous. Was it Wanzhen narrowly defending his throne of number 1, or Yi Yuan making a heaven-defying comeback, rising up amidst insignificance and climbing to the summit? This suspense would not be revealed until the final year. It was another year in a blink. On this day, the God of War Golden List was released. When Wanzhen's name appeared, everyone immediately seethed with excitement. Someone exclaimed, 170,000. This year, Wanzhen actually obtained 170,000. With this, the number 1 throne is secured. For 15 million. This was Wanzhen's current God of War points. Following that, it was Yi Yuan. 383 million. This year, Yi Yuan obtained 410,000 God of War points. Now, the difference between the two was 320,000. Indeed still couldn't make it. Wanzhen finally showed his stuff at the final juncture. At the rate of this speed, Wanzhen just has to obtain 150,000 God of War points next year and he'll surely win. When Jiangzhe saw this result, he could not resist laughing out loud. Finally, Yi Yuan still failed. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan's current performance was already sufficiently heaven-defying. Even though he knew that it was only because Yi Yuan lacked time. But, for Yi Yuan to fail to get first place, he just felt happy. As long as Wanzhen got more than 150,000, that would be a gap of 470,000. According to Yi Yuan's current rate of speed, it was roughly a little more than 400,000 every year. It was impossible to defy the heavens next year. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Seeing this result, many people also let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, still unable to Serpa. Wanzhen is so strong. He has always been sitting firmly at first place but was Serpa. As said by Yi Yuan using 10 years. I'm really unable to accept this. There must be something fishy. He must have grasped a loophole in the rules. Otherwise, how can he possibly be so heaven-defying? Those present were all unpredictable children, all rare geniuses. Wanzhen being strong, that was having proceeded steadily step by step, and through 1,000 years of hard work. They could accept it. But Yi Yuan used 1,000 years to gain enlightenment on Tao, and suddenly jumped out in the last 10 years to compete for the rankings. Furthermore, he only used 10 years' time and reached second place. They were unable to accept such a thing emotionally. Maybe they just did not hope to be crushed. 10th year, apart from the top 30, practically everyone returned to Cloudade City. There was already no point in continuing to cultivate. Everyone was waiting for the last release of the God of War Golden List. The release this time would determine who could get the final 10 spots. Suddenly, several beams of light flashed. There were suddenly several dozen additional people at the rebirth point. Clearly, the hour had arrived, and everyone was transported back. Chapter 2355. The Final God of War Golden List Publication. Chapter 2355. The Final God of War Golden List Publication. These roughly over 30 people still had blank faces when they returned to the city. Clearly, they still had not recovered to their senses. Just earlier, each one of them was still in a bloody battle. But in a blink, they were transported back. Especially Yi Yuan, Wan Zhen, and Zhang Lian, 3 people, they were clearly somewhat at a loss on what to do at this time. Just earlier, Yi Yuan was still narrowly escaping death under the pincer attacks of a large group of fierce beasts. Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian were the same. Wan Zhen's gaze adjusted to the present very quickly and saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd. He was just about to go over to greet when he was surrounded by a large group of people. Wan Zhen, how many G.O.D. of war points do you have right now? A powerhouse ranked 40+ immediately moved closer to ask. Wan Zhen was taken aback and said, 34 million, why? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces immediately revealed wild ecstasy. Ha ha ha, that despicable brat has completely no chance now. A gap of 510,000, it's impossible for that punk to catch up. That powerhouse said in great joy. Wan Zhen frowned and said, What gap of 510,000? What are you guys talking about? When he said so, there were immediately many people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation, especially Jiang Zhe. Wan Zhen, we really feel too unjust for you. There's a punk who resorted to trickery, and he could actually attain 400 to 500,000 G.O.D. of war points in 1 year, forcefully climbing to second place from behind. Yeah, lucky you stood firm and exerted your strength at the last moment, overwhelming him ruthlessly. First place is first place. His strength indeed isn't simply for show, to actually be able to obtain 190,000 G.O.D. of war points in a year. How clever was Wan Zhen? He discerned what the problem was from these people's words very quickly. You guys are talking about Yi Yuan, right? He didn't use trickery. Turns out that he's already in second place? Indeed terrifying. Wan Zhen also looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise again as he said. Everyone was stunned, suddenly falling into silence. Wan Zhen actually personally defended Yi Yuan. This guy did not eat the wrong medicine, right? Didn't use trickery? How is that possible? With your strength, you only got over 100,000 G.O.D. of war points every year. He's far worse than you but actually got 400 to 500,000 points in a year. This is too illogical, Jiang Zhe said with a look of disbelief. But Wan Zhen shook his head and said, When Yi Yuan was fighting in the myriad beast battle plane, Zhang Lian and I saw it with our own eyes. He already comprehended time law. Laws of time and SPAC being unleashed together, coupled with sword Dao source and formation Dao source. His strength is already not beneath mine. Furthermore, the power of his sword formation can deal with hundreds and thousands of fierce beasts at the same time. The efficiency of obtaining G.O.D. of war points is far stronger than us. Even though 400 to 500,000 in a year is a little exaggerated, he absolutely didn't resort to trickery. At the same time, a hint of ridicule flashed across Zhang Lian's beautiful face, and he said disdainfully, You can't imagine it, doesn't mean that others can't do it. If not for Yi Yuan's encouragement, the two of us also wouldn't have hunted fierce beasts without heed for our lives. Of course, we also wouldn't have obtained tremendous benefit. Ever since seeing Yi Yuan's battle, the two of them started a crazy hunting mode. Although it was impossible to be like Yi Yuan, they frequently pushed themselves to their limits, narrowly escaping death several times. In these 10 years, the two of them similarly made great progress. With motivation and without motivation, those were two totally different states. The over 10,000 people in the square were shocked by these two people's words until they were staring dumbfoundedly. Firstly, Yi Yuan really comprehended time law. Secondly, Yi Yuan's 400 to 500,000 G.O.D. of war points every year, that was actually really obtained by him hunting fierce beasts himself. Thirdly, his strength could actually rival Wan Zhen and Zhang Lian already. This news was too soul-stirring. In these 10 years they had always judged based on the numbers. It was far less shocking than Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian personally explaining it. It turned out that Wang Zhen and Zhang Lian suddenly erupting was really because of Yi Yuan. All of this was simply like a dream. How could there be such a monstrous person in this world? 10 years. Yi Yuan used 10 years' time and instantly obliterated their 1,000 years of hard work. They were all unpredictable children, existences that even heaven was jealous of. But, if they were existences that even heaven was jealous of, then what was Yi Yuan? When they were mocking Yi Yuan for comprehending time law, when they were questioning that Yi Yuan resorted to trickery, when they were mocking Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability, heaven was watching them and laughing. Not that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability. He really had the talent to comprehend time law. Wang Zhen could not be bothered to care about everyone's shock. Dividing the crowd, he came before Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Younger brother Yi is truly an unrivaled talent. You don't know how shocked the two of us were when we saw you execute time law on that day." Time law was known as the number one law in the world. Although it was on par with spatial law, the difficulty of comprehension was several times harder than spatial law. Even a peerless genius like Wang Zhen was unable to comprehend it too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That day I sensed the two of you fellow Taoists. But at that time it was trapped in a heavy encirclement and was too busy to say H-E-L-Lo. I hope that fellow Taoist doesn't blame." Yi Yuan's impression of Wang Zhen was pretty good. This was someone capable of shouldering great responsibility. Wang Zhen shook his head and laughed in spite of himself and said, "What's younger brother Yi saying? I won't ask about your G.O.D. of war points either. Let's await the release of the G.O.D. of war golden list together then." Yi Yuan smiled as he nodded his head. Right then, there was a tremor in the void, a volume of pages flew out for the last time. Everyone's breathing became ragged. Impossible! Impossible! Even if these G.O.D. of war points were derived from his true strength, it's also impossible for him to obtain 510,000 G.O.D. of war points with his ranking. Jiang Zhe cried out frantically in his heart. Judging from Yi Yuan's situation in previous years, it was impossible for him to surpass 500,000. The pages slowly unfurled, affecting the hearts of each unpredictable children. Very soon, the pages revealed the tip of the iceberg. A huge golden name appeared in front of everyone. Buzz! There was immediately a burst of exclamation in the square. "First place, Yi Yuan." "Surpa," said. "He really surpa," said Wang Zhen. "Too inconceivable. In this last year, he actually obtained 540,000 G.O.D. of war points. How did he do it? Too crazy. Too shocking. 10 years, he only used 10 years. He then reached the top of the G.O.D. of war golden list." A nuke seemed to have detonated in the square. Everyone exploded. The first name that appeared on the page was precisely Yi Yuan's. In the last year, Yi Yuan miraculously gained 540,000 G.O.D. of war points, and finally reached a horrifying 437 million, suppressing the Wang Zhen who had maintained first place for 1,000 years with the edge of 30,000 points. The shock that this scene brought to everyone was seriously too strong. Jiang Zhe looked at the name on the page, feeling battered out of his senses as he muttered under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible? Without cheating, how can he possibly get 540,000 G.O.D. of war points in a year?" Chapter 2356. Caged Battle. Chapter 2356. Caged Battle. Second place, Wang Zhen, 34 million G.O.D. of war points. Third place, Zhang Lian, 21 million G.O.D. of war points. Fourth place, Gu Tianjin, 12 million G.O.D. of war points. the God of War Golden List slowly unfolded, one name after another displaying in front of everybody. The top 10 names were finally decided as well. Some rejoiced, some bemoaned. With Yi Yuan climbing to the top, there were naturally people who were eliminated. In the crowd, several murderous gazes shot toward him. Of course, Yi Yuan did not care at all. Seeing this result, Wang Zhen himself was very surprised too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really did it. 10 years ago, Yi Yuan never made it onto the God of War Golden List. A gap of more than 4 million was caught up just like that. Honestly speaking, he was still a little sour in his heart. Younger brother Yi, you actually obtained 540 God of War points in this last year. Wang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed. Even though several 100,000 a year was very impressive, this sudden eruption in the last year clearly still exceeded everyone's expectations. Yi Yuan said, I had some new insights during this year again, and so I made a trip to the celestial beast plane. That's how I gained more than 500,000 God of War points. Wang Zhen's entire body trembled, and he sucked in a cold breath as he said, You went to the celestial beast plane? What? He actually went to the celestial beast plane. He's really a madman. The celestial beast plane is the central region of the myriad beast battle plane. Each one of the fierce beasts is incomparably powerful. He could actually come back alive from there. Not that no one dares to go to the celestial beast plane, but that no one can go there. The moment these words came out, everyone revealed extremely shocked expressions. The myriad beast battle plane's area was extremely vast. But the more towards the central region, the stronger the strength of the fierce beast. Furthermore, the fierce beasts of the central region were very densely packed. Wanting to rush to the central region from the periphery of the myriad beast battle plane was simply an impossible task. Even Wang Zhen could not do it either. He and Zhang Lian also continuously went deep into the central region but failed to reach the celestial beast plane in the end too. But Yi Yuan reached it. In reality, before being transported back just now, he was still undergoing a life-and-death battle in the celestial beast plane. Everyone suddenly somewhat understood why Yi Yuan was able to soar at a rate of 400 to 500,000 God of War points every year. Being able to rush into the celestial beast plane, this in itself already trotted many problems. In reality, Yi Yuan had made great improvements in these 10 years' time too. Regardless of whether it was sword Dao source or formation Dao source, or whether spatial law, time law, he had an extremely deep understanding. Under this kind of high-intensity battle, his potential was excavated once again. Furthermore, after he finished taking care of a swarm, he would continue advancing forward, all the way until he reached the celestial beast plane. However, the strength of the fierce beasts in the celestial beast plane was also indeed extraordinary. Even he felt extremely strained too. If not for his spatial law breaking through to rank 8 at the final juncture, it would also not have been impossible that he would fall in battle and return to Cloudade City. You this fellow really a freak. I really want to know what kind of boundary you've reached currently. Wang Zhen said with a bitter smile. There will be an opportunity, Yi Yuan said smilingly. Everyone looked with gazes as if looking at a monster to look at Yi Yuan. This guy simply was not a human. Just as everyone was exclaiming with admiration, there was suddenly a tremor in the void. A huge cage broke out of the sky and suspended in the air. At this moment, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm could see this enormous cage distinctly. For a moment there was shock all around. What's this playing at again? Could it be that the genius compet 1. tie-in this time hasn't ended yet? Isn't it said that as long as people entered the top 10, they can all obtain the inheritances? Could it be that it isn't like this? Just as everyone was shocked, the figures of Yi Yuan and the rest gradually became illusory. When they appeared again, they had already arrived in the cage. There were also many strangers who appeared at the same time. Sweeping a glance over, there were just 1,000 people. The top 10 of each city all gathered in the cage. Hiss! Everyone drew a cold breath. Gathering the top 1,000 people together, this was going to be a melee. Suddenly, a voice came out of the void. It was precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice. This is your final test, a caged battle. This time, there are no restrictions. Bring out all of your means and kill the people around you. The last person alive shall obtain a supreme inheritance. The next 10 people will obtain a top inheritance. The rest of the people will obtain an ordinary inheritance. Now the killing begins. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' voice was akin to rolling thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. However, those unpredictable children were clearly all not prepared. Even Yi Yuan had a stunned look too. He heard Jian Yunxin say before that there were 10 top inheritances, but he did not know that there was still a supreme inheritance. Wonder what kind of terrifying legacy this so-called supreme inheritance was. However, 1,000 of the top-notch unpredictable children were all gathered in one cage now. This would really be a terrifying BLOODY battle. To think that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets could come up with such a perverse idea. However, Yi Yuan understood very well. Because in the future, these unpredictable children would definitely encounter this kind of scenario. At that time, they might encounter even more and even stronger divine race powerhouses. This kind of melee, just treat it as a preview in advance. Dying in this caged battle now, they could still come back to life. But in the future, when they faced divine race powerhouses, they would not be able to come back to life. A little more preparation was considered to have a process of adapting in advance, right? Yi Yuan turned to look at Wang Zhen beside him and could not help laughing as he said, "You see, I said that there will be an opportunity, right?" Wang Zhen laughed loudly and said, "I didn't expect that it came so quickly. Okay, let me experience what right you have to walk in the celestial beast plane." At this instant, Wang Zhen brimmed with fighting spirit. Even though he knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, and also knew that Yi Yuan had many trump cards, he had his own pride. He also had absolute confidence in himself. Therefore, he did not think that he would lose to Yi Yuan. Who was stronger and who was weaker, got to fight before one would know. By the side, Zhang Lian rolled his eyes and said, "The two of you fight then. I'm not getting involved. I'm not Wang Zhen's match. If you lose, the two of us fight then." Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from beside them. There was actually someone who was killed already. The battle came suddenly. In an instant, the flames of war started burning in the cage. Bang, bang, bang. Waves of terrifying energy undulation exploded in the cage. This cage was clearly specially made. Even if 1,000 unpredictable children fought frenziedly, they were unable to break this cage too. At this time, several unpredictable children not far away saw that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was low. They immediately rushed over toward him. "Brat, really don't know how you came in. Your city is too weak. Sending you on your way then." An unpredictable child grinned sinisterly and rushed over towards Yi Yuan. However, he discovered to his horror that his speed of advancement became slower and slower, increasingly slower. His pupils constricted, and he cried out in shock, "Tea time law." Chapter 2357. The Powerful Wang Zhen. Chapter 2357. The Powerful Wang Zhen. Suddenly, a cold light appeared around Yi Yuan. Poochie! Yi Yuan did not look at that guy at all, and his body was already pierced into a sieve, kicking the bucket. Opposite, Wang Zhen's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan killed a top 10 powerhouse so effortlessly. Really very strong. In Cloudade City, people opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. So strong. That's a powerhouse ranked in the top 10. He killed the other person without even giving him a look. Is that time law? Indeed well deserving of being a supreme law. It's really too strong. Just how strong is Yi Yuan's current strength? From his appearance, it seems like he's going to fight with Wan Zhen. Everyone had looks of antic. 1 They really wanted to take a look at just who was stronger and who was weaker between the former number 1 and the current number 1. While time law was powerful, Wan Zhen had experienced these few years of training. Just how strong he was, they were unable to judge as well. Everything would only be known after fighting. After all, Wan Zhen was 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. Time law is indeed impressive. Wan Zhen laughed loudly, causing the pressure of an 8th firmament heavenly emperor to suddenly bloom. During these 10 years' time, Yi Yuan fought crazily. Currently, his realm improved further and was already comparable to 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Among the unpredictable children, especially among these top 1,000, even half a minor realm lower was fatal too. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge the 8th firmament heavenly emperor Wan Zhen with a 5th firmament heavenly emperor cultivation realm. But no one felt that there was anything wrong. Yi Yuan's trump cards were too many. All of a sudden, 5 kinds of power of laws suddenly descended, forming a perfect closed loop around Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, fusing the 5 element laws. Brother Wan, indeed kept to your own counsel. Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, It's not that I kept to my own counsel. It's just that I didn't have a chance to display it. 5 element laws, just comprehending one was nothing. This was the most basic power of law. What the vast majority of martial artists comprehended was 1 or 2 of the 5 element laws. Those with stronger talents would comprehend 3 kinds. In fact, the Lu Zi whom Yi Yuan had once seen before, she was extremely talented, comprehending all of the 5 element laws. But comprehending was easy, while fusion was hard. Wanting to fuse the 5 element laws into one, this was something harder than ascending to heaven. The difficulty was no less than Yi Yuan's comprehension of the 2 great supreme laws. 5 elements fusing into one, the power would not be the slightest bit inferior to the supreme laws. 5 elements mutually promoting and restraining each other. If it could be fused into one, it would be able to continue in an endless cycle. One thought, one world, it was exceedingly powerful. Furthermore, Yi Yuan could feel that Wan Zhen's 5 power of laws was extremely balanced. These 5 kinds of power of laws, there was you in me in you, nothing the least bit superfluous. This kind of 5 elements fusion could be rated as perfect. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Brother Wan's 5 element laws is probably more than this, right? Wan Zhen smiled and said, That's right. My water law, fire law, and wood law already reached the level of source. It's just that once the 5 elements balance is broken, the power will be inferior to now instead. Hence, these 3 laws are almost useless to me. Even Yi Yuan also sucked in a breath of cold air. He originally thought that Wan Zhen comprehended 1 or 2 source powers. Did not expect that he actually already comprehended 3 kinds. One day, if he comprehended 5 great source powers at the same time, and achieved the balance of the 5 element laws once more, that would be too terrifying. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said, It was this Yi who underestimated the heroes of the world. Brother Wan's talent is unprecedented since time immemorial. What's even rarer is that Brother Wan's considerations are huge and can take a broad view of the world. Truly hard to come by. Wan Zhen smiled and said, Younger brother Yi, stop overselling me. In terms of talent, who can compare to you? Oh, time law. This Wan tried for a long time, but I still gave up in the end. Now, with younger brother Yi synchronizing time and S.P.A.C., your combat power is unparalleled under the heavens. Enough talk, let's fight. Yi Yuan was also filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, Ha ha, come and fight. At this time, it already became a mess in the cage. It was incomparably chaotic everywhere. But these two only had the other in their eyes. A treasure bag. Suddenly appeared in Wang Zhen's hand. Only to see his expression turn solemn, the aura of the treasure bag. Billowing to the sky, and suddenly slamming over towards Yi Yuan. The speed was unbelievably fast. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, the sword formation suddenly rising, meeting the treasure bag. Boom, boom, boom. The two people's battle gave off a loud noise. One Ma's sieve energy undulation after another rippled out between the two of them. No one dared to approach them at all. Inside the cage, those unpredictable children were all shuddering with fear, choosing to stay away from these two people very consciously. An unpredictable child could not resist cursing. These two fellows are really strong. Similarly, top 10, the disparity isn't just a little bit. That one who's using the sword formation still thought that he was easy to bully just now, didn't expect that he's so strong. Luckily I didn't make a move. Time law coupled with two great source powers, this kid is simply a freak. Also, there's the other guy. He actually achieved the perfect balance of the 5 elements. These two aren't human at all. Regardless of which city it was, the gap between the top 10 was very large too. Under normal circumstances, the top 3 or top 2 was an echelon. It was even be divided into 2 or 3 echelons at the back. As for how strong each city's number 1 was, it would only be known after competing. But Wang Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight made them realize the disparity. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, a black figure stood in the air, with the power of lightning on his body surging crazily. No one dared to approach this person at all. The power of lightning on his body was too strong. Even a fool could also guess that this person was the successor of Tao ancestor lightning, Pang Zhen. His gaze was already drawn by Wang Zhen and Yi Yuan's gazes. I really didn't expect that besides us, another guy who can rival Wang Zhen actually popped out. This kid is very strong. Looks like the supreme position this time is very troublesome. A youth dressed in ink-black long robes fanned his fan, arriving beside Pang Zhen. Others were afraid of Pang Zhen, but he did not seem to care at all. This youth fanning his fan was carefree Yu Tongji, who was as famous as Pang Zhen and Wang Zhen. Pang Zhen snorted coldly and said, "The supreme position is mine. Body can atc, h it away. Wang Zhen can't, you likewise can't." Yu Tongji laughed and said, "Pang Zhen, you're always like this. Who can get the final position of supremacy, not reaching the end, who will know?" Pang Zhen's gaze turned cold, the aura on his body surging as he said in a solemn voice, "Looks like you want to have a go at me?" Yu Tongji put away his fan and said smilingly, "Fighting, naturally got to fight. But before this, shouldn't we clean up these trash first? Also, those two, isn't it good to let them fight first?" Pang Zhen withdrew his aura and said coolly, "Amen, what you said makes sense." Swaz. Plus finished talking, his figure suddenly disappeared, his speed being inconceivably swift. Chapter 2358. 5 Chi Deorigin vs True Nirvana Sword Formation. Chapter 2358. 5 Chi Deorigin vs True Nirvana Sword Formation. Inside the cage, lightning ran rampant. Places that it said through, wailing sounded out. Pang Zhen was well deserving of being Ancestor Lightning's successor. To be able to cultivate lightning source to such a level, it was truly seldomly seen. Laws had distinctions in superiority, but at the same time it also depended on how a person utilized it. People who cultivated supreme laws might not be stronger than those who cultivated ordinary laws. But Pang Zhen had clearly gained the essence of Ancestor Lightning's true legacy, applying lightning source to a transcendent realm. However, they were all top 10 powerhouses at any rate. Especially the various cities' top 3, those were all existences with extremely fearsome strength. Pang Jin being so overbearing also aroused the dislike of some powerhouses. The temptation of this legacy was too great. Who did not want to get the supreme inheritance? Even if they did not get the supreme inheritance, obtaining the 10 major legacies was also pretty good. Hence, some powerhouses discovered that something was wrong and established an offensive and defensive alliance very quickly. In short, inside the enormous cage fell into an extremely chaotic situation. But as the numbers decreased more and more, the battle situation also grew more intense. Because those who remained were all experts among experts. Even Pang Jin also felt overwhelmed facing several great powerhouses at the same time. Ha ha ha, awesome! Younger brother Yi, you should also bring out your true ability already, Wan Jin said with a loud laugh. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, Brother Wan is indeed formidable. Since that's the case, this Yi won't conceal my abilities anymore. Over here, the two people fought earth-shatteringly. But up to this point, they both did not bring out their true strength and were both testing each other. Even so, their combat power already surpassed, said the vast majority of the people present. In Cloudade City, Jiang Zhe was dumbstruck with amazement long ago. Only seeing Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan's fight did he know how terrifying Yi Yuan's strength was. The current Yi Yuan was more than 10 times stronger than the Yi Yuan back then. Let alone that Yi Yuan had not used the law of time and SPAC yet. Only then did he understand how laughable these few years of questioning were. In the crowd, Qin, whose expression was also very ugly as he said, really blinded my dog eyes. How was it blinded by obsession back then, to go and provoke this freak? Emoshi gave him a glance and said crossly, If you know that you're blind, change your temper in the future and stop making trouble everywhere. This is inside the primeval war realm. If it was outside, you'd had long died 10 times over. Qin, who deeply felt that way too, and nodded repeatedly and said, You're right. I mustn't simply posture any more in the future, and keep a low profile. D.A.M. N. You really can't judge a book by its cover, and the sea cannot be measured with a bushel. Some people really can't be provoked. Only then did he know what kind of freak Yi Yuan was. 1,000 years was neither long nor short. Yi Yuan's improvement in these 1,000 years could simply be described with the word terrifying. Forget that his realm increased quickly, his power of laws even advanced at a tremendous pace. And he had not showcased his real skills yet. His move. Wan Zhen is going to use his ultimate move, 5 Qi de Origin. I really don't know what kind of realm his move already reached. My God, the power of this move is more than 10 times stronger than just now. This pressure, it's simply going to burst through the cage. 5 elemental laws fusing perfectly is really too terrifying. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Wan Zhen's imposing aura suddenly rose several levels. Above his head, a 5-colored flower petal quietly condensed into shape. Wan Zhen controlled the treasure pack. Oh duh, the 5-petaled flower rotated without resting. This scene looked very gorgeous, but every powerhouse in the cage felt a dangerous aura. Many powerhouses, even those powerhouses ranked in the top 3, all gave a wide berth, consciously distancing themselves from the two. Even Pang Jin's eyes also flickered slightly, clearly very shocked. Over the past 1,000 years, Wan Zhen's strength did not just improve by a little bit. His major 5 elemental fusion became even more powerful. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also shrunk. This Wan Zhen was really too strong. This move had not been unleashed yet, but there were no flaws at all. This battle was a tough fight, there was no chance to gain any advantage by trickery. His thoughts stirred and the sword formation suddenly changed. It was just that this change did not have any major changes in the eyes of others. Did the formation change? Doesn't look very impressive. This bit of change, can it survive under the attack of the 5 Qi de Origin? Is this Yi Yuan's final trump card? Doesn't look like much. Even if he used time law, it's also impossible to be very strong, right? The power of the sword formation was not so intuitive. But once one got caught in the sword formation, that would be terrifying. Bystanders could not understand Yi Yuan's action at all. They just instinctively felt that he could defend against Wang Zhen's move. True Nirvana sword formation. This was Yi Yuan's newest comprehended sword formation. It was also by relying on precisely this set of sword formation that Yi Yuan could kill into the celestial beast plane and obtained more than 500,000 God of war points at the final moment, making a heaven-defying comeback. One could imagine how strong this sword formation was. Over the past 1,000 years, especially the recent 10 years, Yi Yuan's sword Dao source and formation Dao source improved significantly again. During a battle, Yi Yuan fused these two great powers of source and the law of time and S.P. AC fully, creating this set of true Nirvana sword formation. The power was extremely terrifying. Wang Zhen similarly did not understand, but he instinctively felt that Yi Yuan's change seemed to be even more profound. How profound, he could not explain it. But he understood that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to rely on an ordinary move to deal with his 5 Qi de-origin. He would know how strong after he gave it a try. At once, he no longer hesitated as well, urging the treasure pag. Oda. 5 flower petals rolled like a wheel and flew over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, everyone felt like heaven and earth were pressing down. The 5 elements developed myriad things in the world. Wang Zhen perfectly used the 5 elemental laws. Didn't it represent the entire world? Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. True Nirvana sword formation suddenly operating, forming a world of its own. Rumble. As soon as they collided, it was as if the world started shaking. The entire cage started trembling violently. Many unpredictable children were currently in the midst of fierce fighting. Even though they already avoided far away, they were still affected by this tremor. They did not have time to resist in the slightest and were directly drowned by the horrifying energy, dying until they could not be deader. Wang Zhen's pupils constricted. He did not expect that this unremarkable sword formation was actually so strong, evenly matched. At once, he did not dare to be neglectful, divine essence surging crazily once more. That 5 elements spinning wheel actually started disintegrating after this collision. Deriving myriad Dao. Wang Zhen roared explosively. That 5 enormous flower petals immediately decomposed into thousands of miniature petals. Yi Yuan's pupils shrunk. The power of this move was several times stronger than earlier. These decomposed petals seemed disorderly and unsystematic, but actually, every 5 petals formed a miniature closed loop. And between each closed loop, there was a magical kind of power attracting. This was deriving myriad Dao. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly dark, his figure moving. He actually directly took a step out and entered among those countless flower petals. Chapter 2359. Welcome to Come Over. Chapter 2359. Welcome to Come Over. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan was drowned by the 5 petals. In fact, even his sword formation was submerged too. Everyone opened their mouths wide and had shocked faces. It could be played like this still? Wasn't this courting death? Deriving myriad Dao, it could only be overcome by strength. If Wang Zhen's move had flaws, Yi Yuan could naturally break them through ingenuity. But Wang Zhen's move did not have flaws at all. It was perfect until there were no weaknesses to exploit. Then, how terrifying was the power of the core area of this move. Slightly using one's brain to think, and one would understand. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the petal rain that filled the sky, a series of detonating sounds came over. People could not see Yi Yuan's figure at all, they only saw one streak of sword light after another appearing and disappearing again inside. But when Pang Jin saw this scene, his gaze turned sharp. What a formidable brat, to actually see through where the problem lies at a glance. Wan Zhen, this move derives myriad Dao, wanting to crack it, there's only from the inside. Although doing it like this, the danger is also several times greater. But this is the only chance. Pang Zhen said in shock. 5 elements developing Dao, continuous reproduction in an endless succession. That was the power of Dao, even if it was Dao that had shrunk countless times smaller. Wan Zhen's strength did not lie in how strong his offensive power was, but precisely that he had no hinks in his armor. No matter how you raged like a storm, how could you break my Dao? Among these top-notch, unpredictable children, to talk about whose offensive power was number 1, that was definitely Pang Zhen. But to talk about who was the most difficult to deal with, that was definitely Wan Zhen. Even Pang Zhen also did not dare to easily make a move against Wan Zhen. Wanting to defeat Wan Zhen, either break through with strength, such as a Deva realm martial artist forcefully using cultivation realm to suppress him firmly, or it was collapsing from within. Very clearly, Yi Yuan saw through where the problem lay at a glance. But seeing through was one thing, whether he dared to enter was another thing. The core of this move was not a GLAS bottle that broke at a touch, but was powerful until it made people despair instead. Several powerful, unpredictable children were all paying attention to the battle situation over here. Seeing this scene, each and every one of them was extremely shocked. Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time. Evolving myriad Dao to form its own world, isn't it seeking death for him to enter inside the world? It's indeed still Wan Zhen who's a level stronger. Looks like him being able to obtain so many D of war points was purely due to the sword formation. Something's not quite right. Why do I see that Wan Zhen's expression is becoming more and more serious? The crowd that was eating melons and who did not understand the truth naturally felt that Yi Yuan's behavior was very foolish. Strength determined the horizon. Although they were all unpredictable children, the gap between these powerhouses in the city and the powerhouses inside the cage was too great. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion sounds became more and more intense, and increasingly horrifying. That earth-shaking sound seemed to be one sledgehammer blow after another, striking onto people's hearts. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. Those countless petals actually suddenly exploded at this time, shattering into pieces. The horrifying energy undulation actually seeped out of the cage and reached the primeval war realm. Immediately, mountains collapsed and the earth split apart. This was the power of a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse. The power was seriously too horrifying. Wan Zhen spewed a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, letting out fled groan, his figure flying out backward. While at this time 10,000 streaks of sword light poured out, blinding everyone's eyes. That was Yi Yuan's sword formation. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene with shocked faces. Yi Yuan, he won? Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tongji also had astonished expressions on their faces. No one could have thought that Wan Zhen actually really lost. Furthermore, he was defeated so quickly. The current Yi Yuan appeared somewhat tousled, the wounds on his body shocking to behold. Among his peers, those able to push him to this extent, Wan Zhen was still the first. What a terrifying sword formation! You already perfectly fused 2 great sources and the laws of time and space. This sword formation will definitely radiate with splendor in the future. What's its name? Wan Zhen clutched his wound and looked at Yi Yuan as he said in shock. Just earlier, he already went all out wanting to kill Yi Yuan. But unfortunately, the power of Yi Yuan's sword formation was too powerful. Regardless of whether it was defense or offense, it was ridiculously strong. Sword Dao Source was a law that was among one of the few with top offensive power to begin with. The laws of time and space were also perfectly fused inside, as well as the enhancement of formation Dao Source. This move was too vague and too swift and fierce. Such a move that no rivals in the same rank at all. If not for him being 3 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan, he would have long lost. He would not have been able to receive even one of Yi Yuan's strikes. One had to know, 3 minor realms of Heavenly Emperor Realm, how big a gap was that? Not talking about 3, just 1, was an insurmountable chasm to ordinary people. But Yi Yuan leapfrogged 3 minor realms and defeated the top genius, Wan Zhen. How could they not be shocked by this scene? The sword light converged and hovered quietly around Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This formation is called True Nirvana." Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said, "Haha, True Nirvana Sword Formation, a good name. I hope that this set of sword formation can defend the dignity of our human race." Yi Yuan's expression turned somber, and he nodded his head seriously and said, "This Yi will do my best. Brother Yi, our battle ends here. How about it?" Clearly, the two of them did not really determine the victor. This move earlier, Yi Yuan did defeat Wan Zhen. But Wan Zhen was notoriously difficult to deal with. It was not that easy of a matter for Yi Yuan to want to kill Wan Zhen. The two of them appreciated each other and naturally were not willing to determine life and death right now. That way they would miss the legacies. Haha, it should be that way. If we die now, wouldn't it become a great tragedy in life? Wan Zhen laughed loudly and said. At this time, there were still roughly close to half of the powerhouses left inside the cage. The death rate also became lower and lower. The powerhouses from all areas were mostly in a melee. Those weaker ones had basically already been eliminated in one round. Those remaining were all powerhouses. Seeing Yi Yuan turn around, those powerhouses close to him changed expressions one after another, hurriedly backing away. Clearly they were afraid. The commotion caused by the two people's showdown earlier was seriously too great. Even though they examined their own conscience and felt that they were very strong, they were also not strong to such a degree. Furthermore, they were extremely apprehensive of the True Nirvana Sword Formation. The True Nirvana Sword Formation was strong, but strong to what extent, only Wan Zhen who experienced it personally would know. How could the rest dare to go and touch Yi Yuan? Seeing the others' cowering appearances, Yi Yuan could not help being speechless. Yi Yuan did not like this kind of feeling. Even though he killed these people, they would not truly die. He could challenge the strong, but with regards to the weak, as long as they did not come and provoke him, he really could not quite make his move. After all, this was also their hope. It was the hope of obtaining an inheritance. Otherwise, why would they need to fight fervently here? Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You guys continue. I'll rest for a while. If anyone wants to come and kill me, you are most welcome to come over." Finished talking, he actually sat cross-legged and recovered his vitality on the spot. The others exchanged glances and could not help being speechless. This guy was posturing too hard, right? But did they dare to go up and provoke Yi Yuan? They did not dare. Chapter 2360. Tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Chapter 2360. Tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. I'm Jingnan City's Tao Hani, seeking guidance from Brother Ye's brilliant moves. Just as everyone was wavering and not advancing, a figure arrived not far in front of Yi Yuan and challenged Yi Yuan. He was open and aboveboard and did not suddenly sneak attack. He looked very much like an upright gentleman. But Yu Tanji had a disdainful look as he said, "This hypocrite still made a move in the end. But it's good like this as well. We can see this kid's depths again." Many people who knew Tao Hani all had disdainful looks on their faces. Making a move at this time was clearly wanting to take advantage of people's predicament. However, under this kind of life-and-death battle, it also did not seem to fail to conform with the rules. Either way, this was a battle without any rules. As long as one put the opponent to death, it would do. Regardless of whether you sneak attacked, or took advantage of others' difficulties. Yi Yuan opened his eyes, glanced at the other party, and slowly stood up. Okay, please condescend to teach, Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Tao Hani had a well-mannered appearance as he clasped his hands and said with a smile, Brother Ye's sword formation is transcendent, you have to show leniency. But in his heart, he sneered coldly to no end. Tao Hani thought in his heart, he caused such a huge commotion just now. This kid's divine essence expenditure must be huge. Dealing with him at this time, the timing is just right. As long as I kill him, I'll be the genius who towers above Wan Zhen. Yi Yuan was taken aback, feeling a little baffled. Show leniency? Are you joking? Right now, this was a life-and-death battle. But seeing the other party's kind appearance, he could only smile and said, Life and death are up to fate, each relies on one's own abilities then. He did not kill Wan Zhen. Firstly, because they appreciated each other. Secondly, killing Wan Zhen needed to expend huge amounts of energy, the losses outweighed the gains. But this did not mean that he would also do the same to the others. Since he came to challenge, then he would have to be prepared to die. Yi Yuan was also considered to have reminded the other party tactfully. But in Tao Hani's eyes, it became sarcasm. However, he still maintained his demeanor and said smilingly, Haha, that's okay. A moment ago, he was still talking in a jovial manner. The next second, he already dealt a devastating blow. Virtually instantly, Tao Hani's tempest-like attack already arrived. As Jingnan City's #1, Tao Hani's strength naturally did not need to be elaborated. 100 Samsara Saber. Tao Hani's power of law was the fusion of the law of Saber and Samsara law, the power tremendous. Heavenly Tao Samsara, want you to live, you'll live. Want you to die, you'll die. The terrifying saber light instantly engulfed Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire person was submerged in the sea of blades. Yi Yuan was naturally not some rookie. The true Nirvana sword formation was already in operation long ago, the four great power of laws transformed into thousands of light, class HI plus ing head-on with Tao Hani's endless blade lights. For a moment, saber lights and sword images, laws intertwined. The terrifying energy undulation swept across the entire cage in virtually an instant. But the more they fought, the more alarmed Tao Hani became. Although his power of law was not as strong as Wan Zhen's, among the top geniuses, it was very formidable already as well. This guy battled with Wan Zhen and was clearly in a difficult position. So how did he still have such thick divine essence? His saber images seemed to have fallen into a quagmire when being inside the true Nirvana sword formation, unable to cause any harm to Yi Yuan at all. Only at this moment did he deeply understand how powerful the guy who broke Wan Zhen's development of Myriad Dao was. Pang Zhen and the rest had been paying attention to the battle here all this while. Seeing Tao Hani gradually losing ground, they could not help being incomparably shocked in their hearts. He was sure that when Wan Zhen and Yi Yuan fought just now, they did not hold back at all. That battle could be said to be the top-level battle in the cage already. The consumption of this level of battle could be described using horrifying. Pang Zhen naturally would not think that Yi Yuan was not able to fight anymore. But he never thought that Yi Yuan's combat power could actually still maintain so vigorously. One had to know Tao Hani was not some random Tom, Dick, or Harry. Each city's first place, each one of them was an extremely powerful genius. Although Yu Tongji and the rest were very scornful of Tao Hani's behavior, this did not prevent them from acknowledging Tao Hani's talent. Prior to this, he did not experience any great battle either. But now, he wanted to take advantage of Yi Yuan's battle and let himself fall into passiveness instead. Very soon, his saber lights were suppressed to the extreme by Yi Yuan. From his limitless suppression in the beginning, to the current feebleness and dead L.U.S.Ter, it did not last too long. Life and death were already just on the line. The shock in Tao Hani's heart grew greater and greater, and he shouted loudly, Brother Yi has excellent means. This Tao admits defeat. Brother Yi, please show mercy. But Yi Yuan did not buy it in the slightest and said coolly, "Sorry. In a life-and-death battle, whence the mercy? Moreover, the moment your esteemed self made your move, it was already a life-and-death showdown. Now, pleading for me to show leniency, don't you find it too late?" Yi Yuan was also not a fool. Could sparring and wanting your life be the same? This guy had that pose of risking his life the moment he came up. He clearly wanted his life. Yi Yuan's thoughts were meticulous. How could he not tell that this guy came to take advantage of others' difficulties? He thought that he had just experienced a great battle and felt that he was easy to bully. How could there be such a bargain? Tao Hani yelled out, "Brother Yi, this Tao is..." How could Yi Yuan listen to him talk nonsense? Urging the true nirvana sword formation, he directly annihilated this guy. Turns out that this is Yi Yuan's true combat strength. His divine essence is too thick. After going through that kind of great battle, he actually still had such terrifying strength. I know Tao Hani, even though he isn't as strong as Wan Zhen, for Wan Zhen to want to beat him, it absolutely won't be so effortless either. Yi Yuan is really too strong. I finally understand how he Serpa, as said Wan Zhen in 10 years. With thick divine essence like his, coupled with his sword formation, it's simply a killing machine. There was a shock in Cloudade City. Only after experienced this great battle, did they finally fully believed that Yi Yuan relied on his own strength to Serpa. SS Wan Zhen. This number one person, was fully deserving, and this battle also truly shocked all of the geniuses in the cage. Now, who still dared to be blind and come forward and attempt to take advantage? Even the likes of Pang Zhen and Yu Tanji also did not dare to easily step forward. They were confident that they would not lose to Yi Yuan, but what if they lost? Their objective was the final supreme inheritance, and it was not to show off momentary bravery. Therefore, everyone chose to ignore Yi Yuan with a very tacit understanding. This time, Yi Yuan was really able to recover his vitality with peace of mind. Along with the Pa-s sing of time, the battle situation inside the cage also became fiercer and fiercer. The numbers continuously decreased, from 500 to 400, then to 100. Finally, there were only several dozen people left. These remaining several dozen people were all the top-notch group of geniuses. Each person's strength was extremely powerful. Of course, of the people remaining, the vast majority were all people who ranked first place in their respective cities. However, there were also upsets. Some people were ambushed by someone and then they died due to fatigue. But of those who remained, there were clearly none who were weak. Chapter 2361. Alright. Chapter 2361. Alright. All of a sudden, it became quiet inside the cage. People suddenly discovered that the huge cage was only left with a few people. Counting carefully, there were only 19 people left within the cage. These 19 people were without a doubt the strongest 19 people. Among them, many fought one versus many, then slew their opponents. Inside the cage where the strong gathered, it could be seen how strong their strength was. And just earlier, the last battle ended. Everyone tacitly stopped taking any more action. A great battle until now, their consumption was huge too. Making a move in this state was not secure. They needed to compete for the throne of first place under their strongest state. Pang Zhen's gaze swept across everyone and said in a solemn voice, "Those who remain are all old acquaintances already. Half a day of rest. After half a day, regardless of to what degree you recover, it will be the final battle. Wonder if everyone has any objections?" Everyone nodded their heads one after another. Clearly, they agreed with this suggestion very much. "I have an objection," Yutanji suddenly said. Pang Zhen's brows furrowed and he said, "What objection do you have?" But Yutanji looked in Yi Yuan's direction and said smilingly, "Somebody rested 3 whole days more than us. How to calculate this?" The moment these words came out, everyone looked in Yi Yuan's direction, each and every one revealing very wary looks. Clearly, this person was referring to Yi Yuan. Even Wang Zhen also had many powerhouses who went to provoke him. But Yi Yuan did not have a single one. Half a day's time, it was impossible to recover to their peak state. How much they could recover would depend on their own ability. However, Yi Yuan already had not taken action for a full 3 days. The current Yi Yuan had swept away the decadence after fighting with Wang Zhen, his entire person in great form. Clearly, his state had already reached its peak. Yi Yuan was troublesome in the first place. Now, he was also in better shape than them. How to resolve? Pang Zhen's brows furrowed even harder. He really overlooked this problem. Kid, you explain it yourself. What should be done? Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan did not expect that he suddenly became the public target of scorn. Hearing Pang Zhen's question, he just spread his hands out and said smilingly, anything goes for me. It's up to you guys. He really did not care. Moreover, this sentence clearly already had the intention of targeting him. After all, if they really wanted to put forward a complaint, they could have everyone all rest well, then get to fighting again. But Yu Tanji very clearly pointed all of the spearheads at him. Yi Yuan's indifferent attitude made Pang Zhen very displeased. It was like they all, these so-called proud children of heaven, did not exist in Yi Yuan's eyes at all. That appearance was like he was saying, do as you all see fit, either way, you all will lose in the end. Sure enough, seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, these proud children of heaven all furrowed their brows, feeling like they were being underestimated. Heh, I have an idea, why don't everyone attack together first and finish him off? The rest will be easier, Yu Tanji said with a laugh. An unpredictable child said with a smile, oh, this is a good idea. Although they all were disdainful to team up with the others, to be honest, they were really quite fearful of Yi Yuan. A guy who defeated even Wang Zhen, how could they not dread? Of course, they still had a small thought, that was to force Yi Yuan to withdraw. Weren't you very CKY? Didn't you leave it up to us? Then, we'll take care of you. Even though each and every one of them was currently not in their peak state, the strongest dozen over unpredictable children joining forces, what kind of horrifying lineup was that? Here, no one dared to face so many people at the same time, even if they were at their peak state. Ho-hoo, kid, since you said that anything goes for you, then we shall do so, what do you think? Pang Zhen also had a mocking look as he said with a smile. Others looked at him, all having fear and respect in their eyes. Even these unpredictable children were fearful of his ident. 1, Tai 2. But Yi Yuan was not. He could not see the slightest trace of awe from Yi Yuan's eyes. That was not just showing contempt for him. It was looking down on his ancestor Lightning. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan grinned and lightly spat a word out, all right. He knew that these people were all afraid of him, but so what? All the heavens chosen were stunned when they heard it. It was as if they could not quite believe their own ears. All right? Was this guy stupid? He was going to challenge the strongest 18 people by himself? Even Yu Tanji was also dumbstruck with shock by Yi Yuan's answer. Even though he had this intention, deliberately leading everyone in this direction. But for Yi Yuan to actually fall for it so easily, he was still very surprised. At this moment, the entire primeval war realm was in a stir. What did he say? Did I hear wrong? No, you didn't hear wrongly. He said, alright. Haha, awesome, domineering. It's just, does he have this strength? Those are the strongest 18 people. Everyone seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, all jeering at Yi Yuan for overestimating his own ability. They thought about 10,000 possibilities of the final great battle, but only never thought of this. One person challenging 18 people. Among these 18 people, there were at least no fewer than 5 whose strength was not inferior to Wang Zhen's, even Serpa, as sing by a thread, while the rest was also merely marginally weaker than Wang Zhen. These 18 people joining forces was roughly equivalent to 18 people similar to Wan Zhen's power teaming up. Too terrifying. Younger brother Yi, don't act based on emotions, Wan Zhen also said with a frown. Yi Yuan gave him a comforting look and said with a smile, "Relax, brother Wan. It will be fine." Wan Zhen was rendered speechless. This kid was really stubborn. Even if he backed out, there were still 17 people. Forget about facing 17 people, even facing the teaming up of Pang Zhen and Yu Tanji, he was absolutely not a match either. But Yi Yuan was going to challenge 17 people. This was too crazy. Ha ha. Good, very good. Ever since I first made my appearance in the world, I've never been underestimated so much before. Forget it. I'll witness today how confident you are, to dare say such conceited words. Kid, hope that you don't let me down too much. Pang Zhen laughed from extreme fury. Yi Yuan did not know Pang Zhen. Although he was surprised by his lightning source, he did not know that he was Ancestor Lightning's successor. However, even if he knew, he would not care either. Hearing that, he just nodded his head indifferently and said, "Amen, shouldn't disappoint you." Pang Zhen's gaze was gloomy, having a look of fury on his face. Yi Yuan's attitude was a form of humiliation in his view. The successor of a Dao ancestor, what kind of venerated status was that? This guy was actually so condescending. Ho-hoo, good. Since that's the case, everyone attacks together then. Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wait. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Pang Zhen smiled coldly and said, "What? Scared? It's too late." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand me. It's impossible for you guys to win me like this. You all recuperate first, it isn't too late to attack again after recovering your strength." The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this kid stupid? He actually took the initiative to want Pang Zhen they all to rest up. Chapter 2362. The Strongest 17 People. Chapter 2362. The Strongest 17 People. Rest. He actually took the initiative to have Pang Zhen and the others rest up. Did this kid knock his head silly when fighting Wan Zhen previously? What time is it? Is he still talking about whatever broad-mindedness? Everyone exploded. They were completely unable to understand Yi Yuan's way of doing things. At this kind of moment when the smallest details had to be argued over, this guy became generous and took the initiative to let the others rest up. Even Pang Zhen, Yu Tanji, and the rest were taken aback too, only coming back to their senses after a while. These people, were proud by nature. When had they been underestimated like this by someone before? Boy, are you sure? Yu Tanji said with a smile that was not a smile. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "To me, one person or a dozen over people, it's all the same. Hence, you guys had better recover your strength first. Otherwise, this fight will be boring." Done talking, he sat down cross-legged and continued resting. The 18 geniuses exchanged glances, all having a feeling of being looked down on. They were actually being underestimated by someone. Very good, I want to take a look today, just how strong this punk is. Pang Zhen sneered coldly and immediately started to adjust his breathing. Waves of loud laughter came from above the void. This kid is really overbearing. He's actually challenging 18 people alone. This breadth of spirit, even this old man can't compare to his spirit. Lightning, you said that he couldn't even enter the G.O.D. of War Golden List. How about now? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said with a big laugh. All of the big shots, including Ancestor Lightning, each and every one of their faces were very ugly. In these past 10 years in the outside world, they had been mocking Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets all the way, saying that the person he chose could not even enter the G.O.D. of War Golden List. But who could have expected that at the final juncture, Yi Yuan actually came roaring into being, rising all the way until he charged to first place. In the caged battle, Yi Yuan even shocked the world with 2 battles, scaring the group of geniuses to not dare to make a move against him. In the final battle, he even challenged 18 of the strongest geniuses proudly on his own. This unexpected way of doing things not only shocked the geniuses in the primeval war realm, it similarly shocked the progenitors who were spying. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Ancestor Lightning had a sullen look as he said, "What are you showing off for? Fighting 1 versus 18, do you think that he can win?" Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "So what even if he loses? A genuine major power needs to be capable of doing what others can't, and what others don't dare to do. Not Cruz. Plus ing geniuses of the same generation, how will one corroborate their Tao? In this epoch, didn't only the few of us old fellows emerge? Moreover, this kid dares to be so arrogant. How do you know that he doesn't have any reliance?" The others were immediately rendered speechless. What Profound Secrets said was right. These ancestors who corroborated their Tao, which one did not crush geniuses in their same generation before they had today? But, even back then, they also did not dare to say that they would fight 1 versus 18. A progenitor said with a cold snort, "Profound Secrets, don't you get KY too early? Even if he has something to rely on, it's also absolutely impossible to win. Be careful that your face gets slapped when the time comes." Profound Secret's gaze swept across everyone's faces, shaking his head, and could not help laughing as he said, "Your eyesight are too narrow. When all races are facing danger, there will be a hero who rises to the sky. The stronger Yi Yuan is, the more hope the human race has. At this time, you all are still playing your little schemes. Why is there such a need?" Everyone was speechless. Profound Secret's words made sense, but people were all selfish. Who could truly be selfless? 3 days Pius said in a flash. What these top geniuses cultivated were all the top-notch cultivation method. Recovery was also very fast. At this time, the 18 people have all reached their peak states already. With power in hand, it was as if strong self-confidence returned to them. Pang Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile on his face, "Kid, confidence is a good thing. But you'll discover very soon that yours isn't called confidence, but it is called conceit." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Is that so? Then hope that you can prove it to me." Pang Zhen's face turned black. This punk's smile was so annoying. But Yu Tanji suddenly said, "Wan Zhen, which side are you prepared to stand on?" Wan Zhen said coolly, "I choose to withdraw." Yu Tanji sneered and said, "Withdraw? Heh, what a nice plan you have. If we really fought until both sides sustained heavy injuries, wouldn't you reap the spoils of victory without lifting a finger?" But Wan Zhen said, "Actually, I want to help younger brother Yi, but he definitely doesn't want me to intervene. Therefore, I can only withdraw. Of course, if you guys feel uneasy, you can also divert a few to come and deal with me." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. This Wan Zhen was a sensible person. Yu Tanji's gaze also turned dark and he said, "Since that's the case, gentlemen, after we kill this punk, we'll join forces again to kill Wan Zhen." Everyone nodded their heads. Clearly, everyone did not have objections. Suddenly, a series of powerful to the extreme source power of law lit up inside the cage. Before even making a move, that powerful aura already Pius said through the cage and engulfed the entire primeval war realm. This was the power of 17 people joining forces. Just feeling this aura made people feel asphyxiated. With 17 people, several dozen kinds of source power could be seen. Some had an overwhelming momentum, some had a majestic air, some were illusory. Each person's characteristic was different, each person's forte was different. These 17 people joining forces could be said to be without any weaknesses to exploit. So strong. Really so strong. If I were to stand there, probably before even waiting for them to make a move, I'd have directly been crushed into minced meat. Forget about you, if Wan Zhen was standing in the middle, he would likely have already collapsed as well. I really don't know how Yi Yuan thinks. Can such an opponent be what one person can deal with? Wan Zhen felt this terrifying power, his complexion turning pale too. It was a one-on-one battle previously. But now these auras were all aimed at a single person. But now, everyone was targeting Yi Yuan alone at the same time. The feeling was completely different. The superimposition of 17 powers was akin to 17 big mountains. It was truly incomparably heavy. Above the void, Yi Yuan was surrounded tightly in the middle by 17 people. Around him, a series of sword lights glimmered and faded indeterminately, the sword formation operating on its own, no joy nor sorrow on his face. To him, this was similarly a huge challenge. After all, these opponents were not some Tom, Dick, or Harry, but the heaven-span world's top geniuses. Especially Pang Zhen, the power of lightning on his body seemed to represent the heavenly punishment of heavenly Tao, unbelievably terrifying. Kill! It was only to hear Pang Zhen roar angrily. His entire person already turned into a bolt of lightning, smiting toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, a sea of lightning completely surrounded Yi Yuan. That horrifying power of lightning virtually wanted to destroy the world. Ancestor lightning represented the power of heaven's punishment in the first place. Pang Zhen obtained his true inheritance. How horrifying his strength was could be imagined. At the same time, the other 16 people made a move at the same time. One horrifying to the extreme energy undulation after another smashed toward that lightning sea, the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was drowned by the brightly colored energy fluctuations. People only saw that the place Yi Yuan stood practically already became a black hole. The horrifying attack turned that side into a vacuum zone. Chapter 2363. Rank 2 Sword Source. Chapter 2363. Rank 2 Sword Source. The combined attack of 17 peak unpredictable children, it's too terrifying. That kid is probably already blown into flying ashes, right? To think that he still bragged, saying to challenge 1 versus 17. Now, his face is slap swollen, right? Feeling the horrifying undulations coming from inside the cage, the million unpredictable children were all shocked. This kind of horrifying power, dealing with one person at the same time, even if he was a bastion of iron, he would also have to be blasted to smithereens. Before taking action, the aura already billowed to the clouds. Attacking at this time, that was truly startling heaven and earth, and making gods and ghosts wept. The 17 children displayed their strength to the fullest expression of its beauty and form. They had the intention of Embark. Sing Yi Yuan and naturally did not show the least bit of mercy. An unpredictable child said with a big laugh, "Ha ha, really awesome. Who asked you to be arrogant? See if you still don't die." Even for them, this was also similarly the first time joining forces to deal with one person. They did not imagine that 17 people joining forces could actually erupt with such terrifying power. That torrential and grandiose scene made their blood seethe with excitement too. At this time, they felt like they could smash the sky. That pleasant sensation of being filled with power made them feel intoxicated. Pang Zhen sneered and said, "A fool who overestimated his own ability. You don't know how terrifying our power is at all. You are merely a pitiful frog at the bottom of a well, that's all." Yu Tanji burst out laughing and said, "Ha ha, Brother Pang is right. This kid is merely a frog at the bottom of a well." After a bout of wanton bombardment, everyone also felt rather drained, only then, each pulling back their cultivation method. But that region of SPAC was still being blanketed by all kinds of violent energies, as if everything was being annihilated. That place was already a dead place. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to survive. "Alright, finished off this punk. Now, it's your turn, Wan Zhen." Pang Zhen said with a cold smile. Wan Zhen was also dumbfounded with shock by the scene before his eyes. Under such an intense attack, even if he comprehended 5 great sources, it was also impossible to survive. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. At this time, inside Cloudade City, Zhang Lian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "If Yi Yuan died, he should be revived here. Has he come back?" A word woke up the dreamer. In the city, tens of thousands of people looked around. Nope. Didn't see. There doesn't seem to be Yi Yuan. Could it be that he didn't die? How is that possible? Everyone was extremely shocked, discovering that Yi Yuan did not appear in Cloudade City. They did not dare to believe that under such a horrifying attack, Yi Yuan was actually still not dead. All in such a hurry for what? The fighting's not over at my side yet. A leisurely voice came out from the vacuum zone over there. At the same time, the faces of the million unpredictable children changed at the same time. Impossible. Like this and he's not even dead? It's too ridiculous, right? That area of SPAC is already shattered. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's figure gradually appeared, and the faces of each and every one of the 17 children all became incomparably ugly. At this time, the aura on Yi Yuan's body was somewhat disorderly. But he did not receive a fatal blow. Pang Zhen's pupils constricted and he said in shock, "This is impossible. You're actually not dead yet." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I said it, there's no difference dealing with one of you or 17 people. Since you all have already tested the waters, then now it's my turn." As Yi Yuan said it casually, his fingers lifted lightly and he said, "Sword, come." As if hearing Yi Yuan summon, a mysterious power of law reverberated between heaven and earth. Buzzing. This. My sword. What's going on here? My sword isn't listening to orders anymore. Where do you think you're running? Stay with me. Countless sword cries sounded out. Of the 1 million unpredictable children, as long as it was someone who used the swords on them all lost control at this moment, breaking free. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus. Countless streams of flowing light tore across the horizon, flying into the cage. The cage was an independent SPAC. It could be said to be a realm within a realm of the primeval war realm. But at this moment it was as if the barrier of the cage did not exist, allowing those flying swords to pass through freely. The sword was the leader of 100 weapons. There were many swordsmen to begin with. The swords flying over at this time numbered in the hundreds of thousands. When the 17 children saw such a scene, each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. This turn of events was too ruthless, right? Rank 2 sword source. He gained enlightenment on it. Pang Zhen's expression became incomparably solemn. Yu Tanji's mouth opened wide and he said in shock, prior to this, he was clearly still rank 1. Was it him who concealed his strength, or did he break through just now? Pang Zhen's expression flickered incessantly and he said, must have broken through just now. If he concealed his strength, he didn't have the need to forcefully resist our attacks. Yu Tanji stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied and said, this talent is also too terrifying, right? Gaining enlightenment on Tao at the last moment, furthermore it's even the power of Source. The so-called power of Source was actually to borrow a portion of the power of rules. Above the laws were rules. When a certain Tao was comprehended, after reaching a certain realm, they would faintly produce a hint of understanding of the power of rules, called the power of Source. This process was divided into 5 levels, corresponding respectively to the Deva 5 blights. Rules were the foundation that made up the world. They were the source of all power of laws. But, even these unpredictable children with outstanding talents, also mostly stopped at the level of rank 1 in the comprehension of power of Source. Those able to reach rank 2 were in the minority. Among the unpredictable children present, only Pang Zhen's lightning law reached the level of rank 2 source. This was also why he could rely on one law to forcefully resist other geniuses. Presently, Yi Yuan also reached this level in Sword Dao. Just now, under the frenzied bombardment of the 17 children, Yi Yuan urged the true nirvana sword formation to the limit. Two great sources coupled with laws of time and S.P.A.C. pushed him to the limit. Under this state, it was the easiest for Yi Yuan to break through, and this was the fundamental reason why he challenged the 17 children. Only by plussing himself to the limit could he make progress. Clearly, he succeeded. Sword Dao Law was all-conquering and the sharpest. In terms of power, it was even above Lightning Law. It was just that those able to comprehend Sword Dao to this level were very few. Sword Dao was easy to learn, but it was hard to master. Therefore, there were many who cultivated Sword Dao Law to law, but comprehending Sword Dao source was extremely rare. All along, what Yi Yuan was most proficient in, apart from Alchemy Dao, was Sword Dao. Even spatial law was only comprehended by drawing parallels from inference after he cultivated Sword Dao to the extreme. This time, under the powerful pressure, he broke through once again. Comprehending rank 2 sword source, as long as one's comprehension of laws was not as good as his, they would not be able to control their swords. Therefore, those unpredictable children who used the sword, their swords all flew toward Yi Yuan, for Yi Yuan's use. From today onward, they would not be able to even draw their swords in front of Yi Yuan. Chapter 2364. Super Large-Scale True Nirvana Sword Formation. Chapter 2364. Super Large-Scale True Nirvana Sword Formation. Inside the cage, there were sword images covering the sky. Waves of Sword Dao Source aura made the expressions of the 17 children become extremely solemn. Just this lineup made people almost want to collapse. Suddenly, Yu Tanji smiled strangely and said, "Hoo-hoo, summoning so many swords out, bluffing people? Rank 2 sword source is very scary. But, your Sword Dao Law advanced, will it break the balance of the sword formation?" The moment these words came out, the eyes of Pang Zhen and the rest lit up. Definitely, with so many swords, the balance of Yi Yuan's true nirvana sword formation would surely be broken. Just like Wan Zhen's 5 element laws, once there was one kind that broke through, it would affect the balance of the entire 5 elements, and the power would be much lower than before instead. With Yi Yuan summoning so many words, it looked intimidating, but actually, the power might not be stronger than before. Without the augmentation of the sword formation, could Yi Yuan still deal with 17 people? One had to know, it was not that there were none who reached rank 2 source among the 17 children. Pang Zhen reached rank 2 lightning source. Just relying on a sword Dao that did not have structure, it was impossible to win all of the 17 children. Ha ha, almost got hoodwinked by you, this punk. Isn't it just second firmament sword source? My lightning source won't lose to you either. Let alone that there are still so many people. Pang Zhen said with a big laugh. It's still Yu Tanji who is impressive, seeing through this kid at a glance. The others could not help but exclaim. They were really intimidated by Yi Yuan's formation momentum earlier, scared out of their wits. These flying swords that covered the sky were seriously frightening. Now, hearing Yu Tanji's reminder, only then did everyone suddenly realize that this guy was merely a paper tiger. Pang Zhen's mind also shook, and he said in a clear voice, "Don't get bluffed by this kid. Everyone, bring out your true ability. This time, we must annihilate this punk." As he said, he reached his hand out. A lightning source aura that was not inferior to Yi Yuan's surged once more. Electric snakes danced wildly, spreading inside the entire cage. In terms of momentum, it was actually not the least bit inferior to Yi Yuan. This time, the power of lightning source was even stronger than before. Only then did everyone come to realize the truth. Turns out that this guy still had a card up his sleeve. However, who did not hold back some skills. How could these people, really exert their best effort, and not leave any room for maneuver for themselves? There was an even more horrifying great battle later. However, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent made these unpredictable children finally become serious too. Eternal Damnation. True martial heavenly blade. 8 Desolate's true saint's spear. One terrifying power of source after another superimposed together, and actually completely overshadowed Yi Yuan's limelight all at once. This time, the 17 children were really going all out. Inside the cage, terrifying pressure spread everywhere. They were several times more terrifying than before. It's over this time. It's really over. In the end, he isn't the 17 children's match either. What a shame. However, even though Yi Yuan died a glorious death, he indeed has the capital to challenge 17 children. To self-damning. If not for provoking 17 children, he could have definitely entered the top 10. Now it's good. He can't even enter the top 10 now. A wave of lamenting came from the various major cities. Yi Yuan's heaven-defying talent indeed made everyone sigh with amazement. It was just that sadly, he did not know life from death, choosing to deal with 17 people with his power alone. While at this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled brightly and said, "Are you all misunderstanding something? When did I say that I only broke through in Sword Dao?" One sentence made the faces of the unpredictable children who were currently casting spells change wildly. Only to see Yi Yuan slowly raise both hands, nonchalantly saying, "Formation, arise." All of a sudden, the originally disorderly and unsystematic flying swords became orderly and traceable. Formation Dao Source, Rank 2. With this, the million unpredictable children in the primeval war realm exploded once more. Mad. Really insane. Sword Dao and Formation Dao both breaking through. Is he still a human? Monster. Freak. Brute. How can there be such a person in this world? How to make us live if it is like this? The power of Source, the further up, the harder it is to comprehend. He actually comprehended 2 great source laws at the same time. I might as well find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. Envy, jealousy, hatred. All kinds of emotions spread among the million unpredictable children. Who were they? They were all 1 in a million peerless geniuses, prodigious martial artists that everyone admired. But these so-called geniuses, were simply worthless in front of Yi Yuan. Nothing at all. You were talented, but could you be like him, comprehending the power of Source like drinking and eating? You were gifted, but could you be like him, contending against 17 children with the cultivation realm of 5th firmament heavenly emperor? They could not. This kind of person simply made people despair. Above the void, the group of progenitors was shocked. How can this kid be so monstrous? Sword Dao Law and Formation Dao Law are both powerful laws second only to supreme laws. Being able to comprehend a single rank 2 source is already extremely hard to come by. He actually broke through both at the same time. Too frightening. Could it be that he's really going to challenge 17 people by himself? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets laughed loudly without ceasing and said, "Ha ha. This boy always surprises people. Lightning, now, do you still feel that Pang Zhen can get first place?" Ancestor Lightning's expression became extremely ugly. Yi Yuan's talent greatly exceeded his imagination. Seen before freaks, never seen before such a freakish one. Facing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's mockery, he could only choose to keep quiet. But he secretly prayed in his heart, praying that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Formation Dao were incompatible. That way there was still a glimmer of hope for the 17 children. Of course, if they were compatible, as if specifically in order to slap faces. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's super large-scale true nirvana, sword formation, formed. Come on. Let me see if the 17 of you guys are as formidable as the legends say. Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. He just broke through recently. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak states, his confidence overflowing. Although his opponents brought out their strongest strength this time, he was not the least bit afraid. Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, attack together. Don't give him any chances." The group of unpredictable children also knew that it was impossible to hold back anymore. Each and every one of them pushed their momentum to the maximum. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the cage, heaven-shaking like explosion sounds emitted. That horrifying pressure was practically about to break the cage. But, amidst the endless laws, only to see countless flying swords shuttling back and forth indeterminately. That defense was even more secure than the cage. The entire realm was shocked. At this moment, they truly witnessed what was called impregnable. With 17 children attacking in full force, how astonies. Hi+ing was the momentum? But Yi Yuan just stood proudly. No matter how the storm raged violently outside, he stood unmoving. Rank 2 sword source coupled with Rank 2 formation Dao source, plus SPAC team law, this set of super large-scale sword formation was simply an impregnable fortress. Furthermore, the over 100,000 swords that Yi Yuan summoned were all Heavenly Emperor spirit treasures. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. Chapter 2365. Got character, I like. Chapter 2365. Got character, I like. Countless sword lights shuttled through the void, blocking all of the attacks one by one. However, this was merely just the beginning. Yi Yuan started fighting back. Swift and fierce sword energies were teeming everywhere in the entire cage. Sword energy roamed unobstructed. Under the augmentation of Rank 2 formation Dao source, the power of each sword was unimaginably strong. Even the 17 children did not dare to easily clash head-on too. Yi Yuan guarded against everyone's attacks and started to slowly expand the sword formation outwards. His expansion was neither too fast nor too slow, each step was taken extremely solidly. Can't get wrapped into the sword formation by him. Otherwise we're all finished. Pang Zhen roared wildly. An unpredictable child said gloomily, I know. But I can't hold on anymore. They fought desperately, unleas. Hi+ing all of their hidden trump cards. But they were still unable to stop the footsteps of Yi Yuan's expansion. Gradually, over 100,000 swords completely occupied the entire cage, enveloping everything into the sword formation. Upon entering the sword formation, the pressure on the 17 children increased sharply. They needed to defend against those illusory sword lights at any time. A sword formation was a world. Yi Yuan was the master of this place. From the Pa's Civ defending in the beginning, to taking the initiative to attack now, Yi Yuan already gradually eroded the other side's advantage. Now, the killing was about to begin. Getting trapped in the true Nirvana sword formation, the unpredictable children were each isolated from one another and were unable to organize powerful attacks anymore. Now, they could only defend passively. Poochie. Suddenly, countless sword lights pierced through an unpredictable child's body. He was directly pierced into a sieve. The first unpredictable child fell. With the first, there was soon a second, third, and fourth. The 17 children were decreasing one by one, while the sense of fear was also gradually increasing. The oppression that Yi Yuan brought on him was too strong. This sword formation simply had no weakness to exploit. Very soon, Yi Yuan placed most of his efforts on Yu Tongji. Yu Tongji's strength was very strong, almost equal to Wan Zhen. But this guy deliberately drew aggro for him earlier, wanting to have everyone join hands to get rid of him. This grudge, Yi Yuan would not forget it. Since you wanted to make a move against me, then suffer the consequences of not getting into the top 10. Suddenly, Yutanji felt the pressure increase sharply. How could he not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan was intentionally targeting him. Yi Yuan would rather let the others eke out a meager existence for a period of time than to give him the chance to enter the top 10. Being targeted by Yi Yuan, Yutanji only felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas coming at him head-on. He urged his own power of laws to the extreme, unleash ing all of his means. But his domain was still being eaten up bit by bit. At this rate, he would undoubtedly die. Yi Yuan, this young Bli acknowledges your strength. I don't ask for anything else, just to be able to enter the top 11. Yutanji said in a clear voice, Sup. Him saying these words was equivalent to yielding. 1,000,000 unpredictable children all sighed. The proud to the extreme Yutanji actually opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If it were before, they would not dare to imagine it at all. Of course, they were also unable to imagine that Yutanji was actually unable to even enter the top 11. What these final 19 people were fighting for was the number one's supreme inheritance. In the end, Yi Yuan did not even give him the opportunity for the 10 top inheritances. Yi Yuan just smiled coldly when he heard that and said, Does my strength need you to acknowledge? Also, are you stupid? My goal is to prevent you from entering the top 11. Such an obvious thing, can't you tell? Just like you inciting everybody to surround and besiege me together. Yutanji wanted to vomit blood when he heard that. He did not expect that this guy actually showed such little regard for his face. Could it be that he did not know who he was? Yi Yuan, don't be too ruthless and we can meet on good terms in the future. This young Bli is the descendant of the 5th Blight powerhouse, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit. Give this young Bli face, and I'll remember your favor. Yutanji said. Maybe Yi Yuan did not know who Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was, but he should know what a Deva 5th Blight powerhouse signified. He believed that Yi Yuan knew how to choose. Who knew that Yi Yuan laughed mockingly and said, No need. I don't need this favor of yours. You can go and die already. Suddenly, 10,000 swords were unleashed together. Yutanji only had time to scream tragically and then he died. In the end, he stopped at 13th place and was unfated with the 10 major inheritances. This punk did it on purpose. This punk must have done it on purpose. At the outside world, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit gnashed his teeth in hatred. That look, he wished to skin Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit was a demon race's top major power, a Deva 5th Blight sovereign powerhouse. He naturally had the qualification to be here. However, he never thought that after Yutanji brought out his ident. 1. But Yi Yuan actually showed such disregard for his face. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit a glance, wanting to laugh, but he forcefully endured it. Laughing at this time was too unfair. But he also secretly admired it. Yi Yuan, this boy was really too impressive, to actually not even give face to a 5th Blight powerhouse. Suddenly, his thoughts stirred and he looked into the cage in astonishment. This boy wouldn't be wanting to kill Pangjin, right? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said in shock in his heart. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was lawless and unbridled to this kind of extent, to even dare to kill a Dao ancestor's descendant. He could not resist looking toward Ancestor Lightning and discovered that Ancestor Lightning's expression became darker and darker. A strong killing intent already spread out. Sure enough, inside the cage, Yi Yuan mobilized the majority of his power and swept over toward Pangjin. Very clearly, he did not want to let Pangjin enter the top 11 too. These two people taunted the most enthusiastically, so Yi Yuan intentionally killed them at 13th and 12th place, making them depressed to death. In the sword formation, Pangjin's expression was ashen. He could not quite hold out anymore. His lightning source's offensive power was strong, but Yi Yuan's two great sources were stronger. His attacks could not breach the sword formation's defenses at all. With this, the entire primeval war realm was shocked. He wants to kill Pang Zhen. Is he crazy? Pang Zhen is Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Disregarding that he's strong, even if his strength was lacking and body dares to not let him enter the top 11 too. Yi Yuan, this guy is really too impressive. Ha ha ha, got character I like. I really want to see how Yi Yuan is going to face Ancestor Lightning after going out of the primeval war realm. At this very moment, the million unpredictable children were all seething with excitement. This moment was even more explosive than Yi Yuan obtaining the first place. Originally, any one of these unpredictable children getting the first place was very normal. Pang Zhen was fine, Wan Zhen was also fine, or even Yu Tanji, no one would say anything. But Yi Yuan was actually going to exclude Pang Zhen out of the 10 major inheritances. 12th place was essentially the same as 1000th place. He gained enlightenment on Tao in the primeval war realm for 1,000 years. In the end, not even getting the 10 great inheritances, it was simply a joke. Everyone admired Yi Yuan's courage. This scene was too shocking. Young friend Yi, this ancestor is Tao Ancestor Lightning. Can you give this ancestor face and let Pang Zhen enter the top 11? Right then, an explosive-like voice came from above the void, reverberating throughout the entire primeval war realm. Tao Ancestor Lightning finally could not resist speaking up. Chapter 2366. Ancestor Lightning's Promise. Chapter 2366. Ancestor Lightning's Promise. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Ancestor Lightning a deep look, but did not stop him. A Tao ancestor is this world's apex existence. Even the divine race powerhouses did not dare to easily take action. He had this qualification. Although speaking up at this time, his manner of eating was a little ugly. But who dared to comment about him? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would still give him this bit of face, as long as he did not interfere with the spot of the supreme inheritance. But in the primeval war realm, it was already completely boiling over with excitement. Ancestor Lightning. It's Ancestor Lightning who spoke in person. Looks like Ancestor Lightning really regards Pang Zhen highly. This Yi Yuan is really impressive, to actually force Ancestor Lightning to personally speak up. He could choose not to give face to Heavenly Emperor Myriad Spirit, but a Tao Ancestor's face, he shouldn't dare to not give, right? Being able to force a Tao Ancestor to intercede for a junior, this in itself was a talent of cosmic proportions. At least, among these million unpredictable children, no one could do this except for Yi Yuan. After all, Pang Zhen was a powerhouse who had a chance to compete for the supreme inheritance. But hearing this, Pang Zhen himself almost wanted to vomit blood. Humiliating. Didn't expect that I, Pang Zhen, actually fell to the extent of needing Ancestor to speak up. Pang Zhen secretly hated it in his heart. When Yi Yuan heard this, he was stunned too. He was still curious why Pang Zhen's lightning law could be so strong. He did not think that he was actually Ancestor Lightning's descendant. Ancestor Lightning speaking up, Yi Yuan also fell into silence. Everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. After a long time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said, letting him enter the top 11, I can do that. But I need a promise from Ancestor Lightning. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with looks of disbelief. This guy was actually bargaining with a Tao Ancestor? His guts were too plucky. This time, it was Ancestor Lightning's turn to be silent. Speak. As long as it's not too overboard, this ancestor can agree to it. Ancestor Lightning said after thinking about it. Yi Yuan said, I wish to ask Ancestor Lightning to help me retrieve a tear of life. When Ancestor Lightning heard this, he paused distinctly and said, a tear of life. Heh, brat, what high-sounding sentiments you have. Do you really know what a tear of life is? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I naturally know. Hence, that's why I need to request Ancestor Lightning to take action. He was not that ignorant person from long ago anymore and naturally understood about the Tear of Life. This thing was a product above rules, valuable until it made people's hair stand on end. It would only appear once every 100 million years. And this thing had never flowed out to the outside world before either. There were only legends in the outside world. This thing only existed in the hands of Tao ancestors. Ancestor Lightning's tone was somewhat cold and he said, This can't be done. Change to another one. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said, Sorry about it, this Yi has no other request, I only ask for the Tear of Life. Since Senior can't do it, then this Yi won't show mercy anymore either. As he said, he actually urged the sword formation again, planning on killing Pang Zhen. Everyone was stunned. This guy was really too impressive. That was a Tao ancestor. He actually did not give any face at all. Brat, you dare. Above the void came Ancestor Lightning's furious voice. Yi Yuan just said coolly, These 17 people wanted to kill me. Pang Zhen and Yu Tanzhou were the instigators. Since the grudges are already formed, why should I let them get the inheritance? Although Senior might have a paramount status, you want this Yi to give in with all talk, but no promises. Sorry, I can't do it. As he said, Yi Yuan pointed at the void, countless sword lights rushed over towards Pang Zhen. The million unpredictable children watched until they stared dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. 9 great Tao ancestors, those were true sovereigns, supreme masters. They were this heaven-span world's apex existences. The population of the heaven-span world was trillions upon trillions, but there were only 9 people who were able to reach this realm. Their words were the imperial decree. It represented heavenly Tao. Now Yi Yuan was actually going to kill Pang Zhen in front of him. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had a GLASY expression on his face. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so unyielding. The face of a Tao ancestor, not giving face as he pleased. It was really mind-blowing. One had to know, even he had to show Tao ancestors some face. Of course, while surprise was surprise, he also guarded against Ancestor Lightning. If he dared to make a move, he would be taking action. He started the battle of geniuses this time for the human race's matter of fundamental importance, and not for Ancestor Lightning alone. Now, Yi Yuan had clearly already obtained the position of the supreme inheritance. He would never allow Ancestor Lightning to break the rules. Ancestor Lightning gave him a glance, seemingly knowing what he was thinking, and suddenly spoke up. Stop. The Tear of Life might appear again within 1,000 years. This ancestor can promise you that when the time comes, I can help you to take action once. As for whether it succeeds or not, it will depend on your own good fortune. This is already my bottom line. When Yi Yuan heard that, he smiled brilliantly and said, Okay, deal? Senior, please swear a heavenly Tao oath. When taking action this time, you must do your best. Ancestor Lightning's face was black, but he still swore the heavenly Tao oath. After Yi Yuan finished hearing the heavenly Tao oath, he also finally set his mind at ease. In order to revive Mu Lingxue, forget about offending Ancestor Lightning, even if it was poking a hole in the sky, he would go and do it too. Obtaining Ancestor Lightning's promise, Yi Yuan's sword formation suddenly turned its spearhead around and rushed towards the others. However, after killing one person, he killed Pang Zhen off without the slightest hesitation. Finally, Pang Zhen was ranked 11th, obtaining the last inheritance spot. When Ancestor Lightning saw this scene, his expression was livid with rage. This brat really did not know life from death. Couldn't you let Pang Zhen lose a little more beautifully? Getting a 2nd place or a 3rd place was good too. The following battles already did not have the least bit of suspense. Yi Yuan rushed over one by one, killing off the 17 children very quickly. Inside the huge cage, there was only Yi Yuan and Wan Zhen left. Hoo, I didn't expect that in the end. It's still Brother Wan and me facing off, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Wan Zhen smiled bitterly and said, I also didn't expect that you actually used this kind of method to have a showdown with me in the end. In just a few days, I'm already far from being your match anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, without fighting, who knows? Brother Wan is the most talented person that this Yi has ever seen. Wan Zhen felt touched. Yi Yuan was giving him face. Actually, at this point, fighting or not was already not important anymore. No one would think that he could win against Yi Yuan. Even he himself did not believe it. But Yi Yuan was giving him face. Yi Yuan did not even give a Tao ancestor face, but Yi Yuan gave him face. He suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan was someone who was extremely principled. What he did not like, even if you pressed a blade against his neck, he would not shrink back too. What he liked, even if you fought against the whole world, he would fight with you too. This friend was worth making. Suddenly, he was filled with lofty sentiments and laughed loudly as he said, Okay, then let's decide the victor. This time, don't hold back anymore. Yi Yuan smiled and said, As it should be. The two people's great battle lasted for a whole day and night. Yi Yuan did not go easy. Wan Zhen was well deserving of being the most troublesome character among the unpredictable children. All the way until the end, he whittled away Wan Zhen's divine essence, before he slew him. Coming this far, the curtains finally fell on the Battle of Geniuses. Chapter 2367, SPAC Team Vortex. Chapter 2367, SPAC Team Vortex. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. In the primeval war realm, 3 towering palaces rose from ground up and slowly flew into the air. The 3 palaces varied in size. The largest one had a circumference of 100,000 feet, while the smallest one was only 1,000 feet. What a powerful aura of law! These are the inheritance palaces? Surprisingly, the smallest one, its law undulation is the scariest. Could it be that that's the one and only supreme inheritance? Really envy them. This is the human race's crème de la crème of inheritances. Each and every one of the 1 million unpredictable children revealed incredibly envious expressions. It's just that those who were able to enter the inheritance divine temples were only a scanty 1,000 people. Of course, who people were most envious of was still the Yi Yuan who could monopolize a temple. They really wanted to know just what kind of inheritance was inside that smallest inheritance divine temple. The battle of geniuses is over. Those who didn't obtain an inheritance can leave. However, the doomsday battle has already begun. No one can stay aloof from the affair. If the human race isn't united, we can only become the divine race's slaves. Everyone, conduct yourselves well. Above the void came Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's warning voice, making everyone's hearts turn cold. Very soon, the figures of 1 million unpredictable children directly dissipated on the spot. They were already transported out of the primeval war realm by Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret. Those who remained in the primeval war realm were only left with those 1,000 people already. Right now, you all enter the palaces respectively according to your rank. Yi Yuan, you got first place, enter the smallest palace. Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 people, enter the second palace. The others enter the third palace. This old man will still give you all 10 years, which is also 1,000 years' time. How much you can comprehend will depend on yourselves. Finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's voice disappeared. 1,000 unpredictable children exchanged glances. There was already someone who started flying over in the direction of the inheritance palaces. Yi Yuan summed his responsibility and flew towards that smallest palace. When Wan Zhen and the rest of the 10 saw this scene, they all had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Originally, this spot should have been born among them. In the end, someone threw a wrench in the works, and they were actually intercepted by Yi Yuan. Among their circle of the top-level geniuses, they had never heard of such a person before. Where in the world did this guy pop out from? As for the alchemy world's affairs, they would never pay attention to it at all. The alchemy world was not worth mentioning to them. In the Doomsday Battle, the alchemy world had a negligible effect on the human race. They naturally held it in contempt too. Stop looking around. Keep looking and your IELTS will drop out. Time is pressing, better hurry up and comprehend the Tao. At this time, Wan Zhen suddenly smiled, flying toward the second palace with a leap. 1,000 years seemed very long, but with regards to gaining enlightenment on Tao, it was merely a snap of a finger. Otherwise, why would the power of laws of those old monsters who had lived for 1 trillion years be not as good as Yi Yuan? Even if these were all prodigies among geniuses, 1,000 years' time was really not considered long. Stepping into the palace, a source power that was strong until it made people suffocate hit him head-on. It was another SPAC inside the palace. Accurately speaking, it was a vortex composed of time law and spatial law. Hiss! What a powerful SPAC team law! Even if this power of law didn't reach the power of rules, it's also not far off, right? When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help drawing a cold breath. These two power of laws were simply too strong. It was strong to the extent that he, this proud son of heaven, was also amazed by it. His attainments in spatial law could be said to be extremely strong already. But compared to the SPAC team vortex in front of him, it simply paled in comparison. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, "These power of laws were all refined by the human race's major powerhouses who died in the last epoch." Doesn't that mean that the human race's major powers back then could actually cultivate these two kinds of supreme laws close to the level of Tao ancestor at the same time? This is also too terrifying. Yi Yuan suddenly thought of something, the shock in his heart growing even more. It seemed like in the last epoch the human race was really glorious to the extreme. Being able to cultivate two great supreme laws to this kind of level, their strength was likely not inferior to Tao ancestors anymore, right? This kind of powerful existence actually fell in the Doomsday Battle too. Yi Yuan simply did not dare to imagine how strong the divine race's progenitors were. Most likely, what they were able to mobilize was not just the power of laws already, but the power of rules. The more he understood the human race's glorious past, the more Yi Yuan was able to understand the might of the divine race. Of course, he also understood Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' worries more. With the human race's strength currently, there was no chance of winning at all. Whatever divine son Daymeld, whatever profound lineage's 9 elders, whatever Daymeld, these were all not the most terrifying existences. The most terrifying thing was still the divine race's progenitors. Their might was simply unimaginable. Being able to beat such a glorious human race until their legacies were close to being cut off, and not even regain their vitality for an epoch, the divine essence's terror was evident at a glance. Sigh, it's just that, don't know how Li'er is currently. Yi Yuan suddenly felt melancholy in his heart. Brat, this ancestor senses the power of SPAC team law in you. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Are you the number 1 genius that Profound Secrets that Brat picked? Too weak. Suddenly, a faint phantom walked out of the SPAC team vortex, looking at Yi Yuan with a disappointed look. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression could not help being strange. He annihilated 17 of the Heavenspan world's top geniuses with his power alone to be standing here. But reaching this old man's mouth, he became too weak. However, he could also understand the old man's thoughts. After all, his power of laws was indeed too weak compared to the SPAC team vortex in front of him. Yi Yuan gave a bow toward the old man and said, Junior Yi Yuan offers greetings to Senior. This old man perished for the human race. He was worthy of Yi Yuan's bow. He could tell that this old man was not some remnant soul, and also not some residual thought. He was merely just a remnant wisp of consciousness that was in the power of laws. That was all. But just a wisp of consciousness already made Yi Yuan have a feeling of being daunted at the sight of him. It could be seen how terrifying an existence he was before his death. The old man waved his hand and said to Yi Yuan, You're too weak to accept this ancestor's inheritance. Leave. Yi Yuan could not help being taken aback when he heard that. This old man was actually not even giving him any chance? Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, Senior hasn't tried it. How do you know that Junior can't receive the inheritance? The old man said coolly, SP. AC team law is the most profound, most mysterious power of law in the world. Especially reaching the level of source, it's not what you can imagine at all. Your spatial law is pretty good, but it's just an accessory to Sword Dao. Wanting to step into the level of source is virtually impossible. As for time law, it goes even more without saying. I believe that you also have an idea in your heart, right? Therefore, don't tell me how brilliant you are, you just couldn't do it. Chapter 2368. Hacked to Pieces. Chapter 2368. Hacked to Pieces. You won't do. A mere 3 words showed the old man's disdain and contempt in its entirety. But to Yi Yuan, it was still his first time hearing someone say these 3 words to him like this. Regardless of whether in the Immortal Grove world or in the Heavenspan world, Yi Yuan's talent had always been frighteningly strong. Even unparalleled talents the likes of Wan Zhen and Pang Zhen were also crushed by Yi Yuan until they could not even raise their head. But the old man in front of him actually turned his nose up at him. Even if this junior won't cut it, Senior doesn't seem to have a better choice either. Because the human race already doesn't have too much time. Senior Profound Secrets only gave us 10 years, which is also 1,000 years. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said smilingly. A major power who could offer his life for the human race, Yi Yuan did not believe that he would watch the human race walk towards destruction. In the primeval war realm, what Yi Yuan was using was not his main body. Hence, the old man was unable to determine skeletal age. In the old man's eyes, Yi Yuan's bit of law comprehension was nothing at all. If he knew that merely a few thousand years had gone by since Yi Yuan cultivated until now, he probably would not think like that anymore. The old man frowned slightly and said, The human population numbers more than 1 billion trillion. Could it be that even a slightly pious, sable genius can't be found now? Yi Yuan smiled and shook his head and said, I'm afraid that it's really very hard to find. Senior, why don't you make do with it for now and let me try? The old man heaved a sigh and said, Profound Secrets, that kid is also a disappointment. He studied S.P.A.C. team law for so many years and merely comprehended 1:100 ratio. Forget it, since you're in the first place, then let you try it also so that you'll give up on it. Go on. As long as you can survive 2 hours in the S.P.A.C. team vortex, it will be considered to have made some minor accomplishments. However, that's impossible. Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking towards the S.P.A.C. team vortex. There, 2 power of laws were colliding violently, turning S.P.A.C. team upside down. In that kind of environment, anything that got swept in would be torn to shreds by the 2 kinds of power of laws. Yi Yuan attempted to fire a shot of divine essence into it. In the end, it was swallowed up without even stirring up a wave. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression was slightly austere. Surviving for 2 hours in this S.P.A.C. team vortex was absolutely an extremely difficult thing. When the old man saw Yi Yuan's solemn expression, he said smugly, Kid, you know how formidable it is now? Profound Secrets, that brat can only stay inside for an hour. touch your heart and ask yourself, do you feel that your talent is even greater than his? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was absolutely the most talented genius since this epoch. Regarding this point, even Tao ancestors had no way of denying it. He was not a Tao ancestor, but his strength was already not inferior to Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Senior, each person's talent is different. Senior Profound Secrets' talent lies in divining heavenly Tao, and not S.P.A.C. Team Law. So in S.P.A.C. Team Law, it's already very impressive that he can reach this step. The old man chuckled and said, Then your meaning is that your talent is even above his? Yi Yuan also laughed and said, I don't dare to say that, so I better try it out then. Done talking, he leaped, jumping into the S.P.A.C. Team vortex. Before his figure even entered the core of the vortex, the tearing sensation brought by the two kinds of laws already made him feel overwhelmed to the extent where he wished that he was dead. This region of S.P.A.C. was not a complete S.P.A.C., but a vortex that was completely ground up by time law and spatial law. Any object, as long as it entered this region, would be torn into shreds. People were no exception either. Yi Yuan just felt as if there were thousands of blades slicing his flesh and blood piece by piece, forcefully being sliced into thousands of pieces. That kind of pain simply could not use words to describe. In virtually a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan was torn to pieces, deader than dead. Yi Yuan felt that his grasp of S.P.A.C. Team Law was already very deep, but he did not expect that he could not even enter. This was Embark. Sing. Very soon, Yi Yuan's physical body condensed again. His face did not have any rosiness at all. That feeling of overwhelming pain to the extent where he wished he was dead was still seemingly happening to him, unable to disperse. That kind of feeling simply made people despair. The old man said to Yi Yuan with a big laugh, "Ha, kid, this is the talent that you're bragging about? Your understanding of S.P.A.C. Team Law is too shallow." Yi Yuan's expression became unprecedentedly solemn, and he said with a nod, "What Senior said is true. Looks like my understanding of S.P.A.C. Team Law is indeed too superficial." Again. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, leaping into the vortex again. It was still that agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces. Each blade said through the nerves, transmitting to every corner of the body. Too terrifying. Yi Yuan attempted to mobilize the power of S.P.A.C. Team Law to resist this endless slicing. But everything was futile. He was still unable to enter the vortex and was directly throttled. In the second revival, Yi Yuan's complexion turned a little paler. That taste of being sliced into thousands of pieces was really unbearable. The pain of the nirvanic tribulation was already very terrifying. But compared to this, it was simply like an apprentice in the presence of a mighty sorcerer. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and came to the edge of the vortex again. But this time, he did not jump in again. The old man discovered that Yi Yuan's entire body was trembling. That was his body instinctively feeling scared. In these few thousand years, how many grand battles and how much pain and suffering had Yi Yuan experienced? He had never been afraid before. But this time, he got scared. He did not want to be scared, but his body was very honest. "Kid, give up. Your strength is too weak." Profound secrets that Brat relied on the powerful cultivation realm of Deva Fifth Blight to survive in the S.P.A.C. Team Vortex. Your law comprehension can't make it, and your cultivation realm also can't make it. There's no possibility of comprehending. Do you think that this ancestor is intentionally making things difficult for you? The old man could not help laughing when he saw Yi Yuan's appearance. He naturally knew that Yi Yuan was a present-era genius. Being able to enter this supreme inheritance, it was impossible to be a mediocre person. But he still fell short of his standard. He was not intentionally making things difficult for Yi Yuan. He was just stating a fact, that was all. Yi Yuan did not speak. He extended a foot out tremblingly. A powerful suction force made his body get swept into the vortex involuntarily. This time, he was passive. But, due to his body being too scared, he did not have time to even utilize the power of SP. Team law this time and was directly eradicated. When he walked to the edge of the vortex for the fourth time, the trembling of his body became even stronger. Yi Yuan's foot was practically shaking. It could be seen how scared his body was. However, he still extended a foot out tremblingly and was swept into the vortex by the powerful suction force again. Then, he was annihilated again. Just like that, over and over again. Each time, he would be directly garroted by SP. Team law. But he still jumped into the vortex without hesitation. The old man's face gradually turned solemn from the scorn at the beginning. Chapter 2369. Return to Zero. Chapter 2369. Return to Zero. The old man said with shock in his heart, disregarding talent, the tenacity of this boy's heart isn't beneath this old man's. Just as sacred ancestor high priest said back then, temperament was the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse. For the old man to be able to achieve a supreme position, mastering two supreme laws at the same time, the strength of his temperament naturally went without saying. But he never thought that Yi Yuan actually had such terrifying tenacity. He understood that the agony of being sliced into thousands of pieces was not what ordinary people could endure at all. Especially those so-called geniuses, their hearts were loftier than the sky. So how could they bear this kind of inhumane torture? Furthermore, it was not even one time. It was over and over again. Yi Yuan was clearly already afraid to the extreme, scared until he was unable to even walk normally. But he still forced himself to jump down again and again. In this place there would not be true death. But this agony was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even scarier than death. What was most terrifying was not death, but clearly knowing that the process of death was extremely terrifying, but had no choice but to face it. Could Yi Yuan choose not to face it? Of course he could. However, he resolutely chose to face it. Would death become numb? No. Each time he went down the Team vortex, the pain of each blade was reminding Yi Yuan that this was another samsara. He was not able to be numb. Not only would he not be numb, but that sense of fear would also increase along with the number of times, and grow with each passing day. Yi Yuan's body also went from the starting slight trembling to the spasming-like shaking later on. He did not want to tremble, but he could not control himself. Each time he jumped, he had to exhaust all of his strength. But once he jumped down, he would die. Then, it was another samsara. Kid, what is it that supports you to do things to this extent? 3 days later, the old man finally could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood on the edge of the vortex, turned to the old man, and said smilingly, I have a reason that leaves me no choice but to become strong. Some people are still waiting for me to go and save. Of course, I also won't passively watch the human race go extinct. The old man was moved and said, Those people must be very important to you. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, The love of my life. The old man let out a sigh and said, Pray ask what is love, guiding people till death do them apart. Kid, you're very determined. It's just that 1,000 years' time is too short. With your talent, you probably can't comprehend the Team inheritance. Not that the time was too short, but that Team law was too hard. Such a supreme inheritance, how could it be comprehended in a short 1,000 years? Forget about comprehending, even standing in the vortex for an hour was harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Yuan ignored the old man's lamentation, and he leaped once more, jumping down. Of course, the conclusion was always surprisingly similar. Along with the sage of time, The time that Yi Yuan stood outside the vortex also became longer and longer. To him, taking the last step required tremendous courage. In this blink of an eye, it was 30 years. During these 30 years, Yi Yuan already could not remember how many times he died. But he could never last for long inside the vortex, which was also to say that he did not cross the threshold. Using 30 years' time to make a futile effort, it looked like a very foolish action in the eyes of bystanders, but Yi Yuan did not think so. What he believed in was that as long as time was sunk in, an iron rod could be ground into a needle. Kid, do you really still want to persist? At this rate, your mind won't be able to bear the breakdown. At that time, even though your physical body won't die, you can only be an idiot too. Young man, why be so persistent? The old man could not resist persuading again. Yi Yuan smiled and said, How can there be a smooth-sailing thing in this world? Want to obtain the supreme inheritance, but not be willing to take the risk. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Senior, you don't need to persuade me again. Finished saying this, he turned around and wanted to jump. His foot had just stepped out but withdrew again. The moment the old man saw, he smiled and said, Kid, finally gave up? Not that this ancestor is looking down on you, but it's truly that you don't have this strength. But Yi Yuan smiled radiantly and said, I seem to have understood something. Many thanks, Senior. The old man's expression changed, but saw Yi Yuan leap, entering the vortex once more. But this time, Yi Yuan did not employ S.P.A.C. law. He jumped into the vortex without any obstruction just like that. When Yi Yuan returned to the S.A.O.R. again, the old man had a blank look as he said, What did you understand? He still thought that Yi Yuan comprehended, but in the end, there did not seem to be any changes. Was this kid purposely misleading people by making things look mysterious? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior said that I'm too stubborn. It's indeed the case. I've always been thinking about using my spatial law to resist the S.P.A.C. vortex here. The two aren't powers on the same level at all, so what comprehension is there to talk about? Furthermore, Senior said before that my spatial law was born because of Sword Tao. It deviated from the power of Source to begin with. I used a deviated path to go and comprehend the right path, so how can it possibly succeed? Therefore, I simply returned my spatial law to zero, to go and feel the mighty torrent power in the vortex without the least bit of obstruction. Maybe it will have a miraculous effect. As he said, Yi Yuan walked toward the vortex once more. Although this time, he was still trembling. While the old man had a look of astonishment, he also had a feeling that Yi Yuan seemed to have found the right path. Even he did not expect that Yi Yuan kept on failing to comprehend S.P.A.C. was actually because of this reason. But his unintentional words gave Yi Yuan great inspiration. However, the shock in the old man's heart grew even stronger. One had to know, Yi Yuan's spatial law was already comprehended to the boundary of rank 8. People all had thinking derived from experience. Reaching rank 8, it was naturally going a step further to go and comprehend Source. But Yi Yuan could let go of the obsession in his heart, and think of returning to zero. This method. It was absolutely rare in this world. Could it be that this kid is really an extraordinary talent? The old man exclaimed. Hence, Yi Yuan set off anew and fell into the endless cycle of samsara again. Finally, around 100+ years, Yi Yuan stepped into the S.P.A.C. vortex for the first time. However, the power of law in the outer peripherals was already so terrifying, let alone inside the vortex. Yi Yuan just entered the vortex and was ground to dust by the terrifying S.P.A.C. turbulent flow. The old man opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen something beyond comprehension. The old man said in shock, He actually really entered it. This has just been only over 100 years. Reviving back at the S.A.O.R. Yi Yuan had an excited expression. In 100 years of samsara, he had to die countless times every day. This sort of thing, even thinking about it felt terrifying. But he pulled through. This endless pain, this endless effort was worth it. Ha ha ha, finally entered. Senior, I really have to thank you. If not for you, I would have probably never been able to enter the S.P.A.C. team vortex in this lifetime. Yi Yuan said to the old man excitedly. But the old man's expression was somewhat ugly. What did I do? I did nothing at all. This kid wouldn't be intentionally making a dig at me, right? Chapter 2370. SPAC Team Grand Ancestor. Chapter 2370. SPAC Team Grand Ancestor. After opening this gap, everything became a matter of course. Although the comprehension of SPAC Team law slowed down, Yi Yuan still advanced forward steadily. Only at this time did Yi Yuan understand that this SPAC Team vortex was simply fragments of law, formed under the traction of some kind of great power. The time law that he comprehending in the primeval war realm was likely a tiny fragment inside this SPAC Team vortex. It could be seen from this how terrifying the power of this SPAC Team vortex was. If he could comprehend all of the power of law in this SPAC Team vortex, Yi Yuan would be able to immediately become the heavenspan world's #1 major power. Even the Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would probably have to respectfully call him as Senior Yi Yuan. However, wanting to reach this step, even if it was Yi Yuan, it was also impossible to easily accomplish it. The road that he had to walk was still long. Just as the old man said, being able to stabilize in the vortex for an hour was considered to have made minor accomplishments already. Along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, Yi Yuan also gradually understood that the spatial law he comprehended previously was indeed biased. His spatial law was comprehended through Sword Dao. The things that he comprehended were also used to serve Sword Dao. Therefore, Yi Yuan's spatial law was mostly used to increase the power of Sword Dao. But actually, spatial law itself was superior to Sword Dao. Without SPAC, all power of laws were rootless weeds, and it naturally became empty talk. No law could exist without SPAC. And this was also the reason why spatial law was called a supreme law. Time law was the same. This was also to say that Yi Yuan's comprehension of spatial law was merely just the application of a certain aspect of spatial law, that was all. It seemed high, but actually it was flashy without substance. Yi Yuan's comprehensions did not touch the foundation of spatial law at all. Therefore, it was virtually impossible to want to comprehend the power of Source. Of course, to the geniuses today, this bit of comprehension was enough. Along with the Pa-S Sage of Time, Yi Yuan's comprehension of SPAC and time, two great laws, became increasingly deeper. It was equivalent to Yi Yuan comprehending spatial law from the beginning again. His foundation was strong to begin with, coupled with his powerful comprehension ability. At the 800th year, he finally comprehended to rank 8 anew. And Yi Yuan also made considerable progress in time law. He already went from 1:5 to 130. This change was shocking from beginning to end in the eyes of the old man. How can this kid's talent be so terrifying? Even for the geniuses in my era, it's also impossible to comprehend SPAC team law to this level in a short 800 years. Only at this time did the old man discover that he seemed to have misjudged Yi Yuan. He previously thought that Yi Yuan was merely a mediocre talent. But having personally witnessed his improvement now, only then did he know how laughable his thoughts were. But he was very perplexed. Why was his law comprehension so lousy? He suddenly thought of a problem. After Yi Yuan revived, he could not resist asking, "Kid, how old are you?" Actually, to Heavenly Emperor Realm Powerhouse, the issue of age was already not an issue. Perhaps even they themselves did not remember clearly how old they were. They took 100,000 years as spring, and 100,000 years as summer. This kind of time frame, who would really remember their age every day? But Yi Yuan naturally remembered. Yi Yuan said, "This junior is roughly over 3,000 years old." He knew what the old man thought of, but did not have the intention of showing off. He just said it honestly. But these words shocked the old man. The old man opened his eyes wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Over 3,000 years old? You're bluffing this ancestor, right? Do you think that this ancestor is a 3-year-old kid? Would I believe your lousy lie?" Yi Yuan smiled harmlessly and did not explain anything, walking toward the vortex once again. This sort of thing, if they believed, they believed. Not believing, it would be pointless even if he explained it too. Unless his main body arrived here, the old man would be able to see through his skeletal age at a glance. Otherwise, it was useless to say anything. However, the implication of posturing was quite thick when it landed in the old man's eyes. This kid actually ignored this ancestor. The old man billowed his beard and glared in anger. "But very soon," he exclaimed again, "if this kid is really only 3,000 years old, then he's even more monstrous than ancient geniuses. With his potential, even reaching this ancestor's peak back then is also not unknown. Hope that this kid wouldn't lie to me." When Yi Yuan returned from the dead again, the old man stopped Yi Yuan and said solemnly, "Kid, let's sit down and talk." Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately nodded his head. This old man finally acknowledged him. One had to know, over 800 years had already said since he came in. He did not even know the old man's name. Clearly, in the old man's eyes, he was disdainful to have Yi Yuan know his name. This old man, Shang Heng, is the leader of the human race's tled Grand Ancestors, Grand Ancestor SPAC team. Talking up to here, Shang Heng's face revealed a proud look. Clearly, he was very proud of this ident. The so-called Grand Ancestors, you can understand it as the strongest people of the All Races Alliance. The Alliance had a total of 18 Grand Ancestors. The Doomsday Battle back then, all 18 of us died in battle. This SPAC team vortex that you see was left behind by this ancestor and the divine race's heaven lineage's progenitor, Tian Qing's ultimate battle. This move is called SPAC team reversal chaos. This ancestor fought Tian Qing alone and eventually severely injured him, finally exiling him into the SPAC team turbulent flow. The two of us released the ultimate profound intent, and fought until the entire heaven-span world was reduced to fragments. Of course, the SPAC team reversal chaos that you see is less than 1/10,000th of its power back then. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to enter inside at all. Shang Heng spoke easily and assuredly, a heroic look on his face. Although he died, he had no regrets. Yi Yuan was filled with a deep veneration when he listened. In a few words, he revealed the horrors of the battle situation back then. Among the Alliance's strongest 18 Grand Ancestors, none actually survived. One had to know these 18 Grand Ancestors were not what these current progenitors could compare to. Disregarding other things, just Shang Heng alone cultivating SPAC and time, 2 paths, to such a terrifying boundary, one would know how stronger the 18 Grand Ancestors back then were. Most likely, his strength was not the slightest bit weaker than the present Dao Ancestors. These people, each one was a supreme powerhouse at the level of rules, the strength they possessed was unimaginable. But even so, the Alliance still only had a Pyrrhic victory. One could say that the heaven-span world's tens of billions of years of stability was exchanged for using these 18 people, as well as the lives of countless powerhouses. No wonder even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also had no hope for the human race at all. If the divine race's progenitors all had such strength, Then when Heavenly Tao took back the power of Tao ancestors, the collective races would not have the strength to fight back at all. Senior, may Junior be so bold as to ask, back then, couldn't the divine race and collective races coexist? Why must they fight to the extent of extinction? Yi Yuan asked. This was also something that he had always been puzzled about in his heart. Shang Heng chuckled coldly and said, If we could coexist, why would the collective races need to do such a thing? Chapter 2371. Vortex Sudden Change. Chapter 2371. Vortex Sudden Change. You don't know how arrogant and domineering the divine race was back then. They reared the myriad regions all lives in pens like pigs and sheep. After they are fattened up, they will be slaughtered in waves. Miracle panaceas, natural treasures, anything that they took fancy on, most of it is theirs. You don't know what kind of a life of complete darkness that was. The divine race occupied all of the land rich in spiritual energy around the Heavenspan mountain, and drove all of the other races to remote places, and sent people to supervise the world, called divine envoys. Divine envoys have the power to control the life and death of all races. Even Deva realm powerhouses, they can sentence them to death at will too. In addition, as long as a heaven-defying genius emerged in the various races, they would concoct all kinds of plans to nip these geniuses in the bud. You say, how can we coexist with the divine race? Talking until he was indignant about it, Shang Heng almost wanted to slap the table and get up. If not for that, he only had a wisp of remnant consciousness. His current emotions would likely be able to cause huge undulations. Titanic waves also stirred in Yi Yuan's heart. He did not expect that the various races actually had such a dark past. Compared to the previous epoch, the various races' powerhouses in this era were really living in paradise. The divine race regarded all the races as ants, and they cruelly oppressed the world. This kind of humiliation, anyone who had a bit of gut would not sit passively and resign themselves to death too. Now that the divine race had bounced back, if really let them regain control of the Heavenspan world, with the divine race's resentment, the various races would probably fall into an even darker life. And the divine race heightening their vigilance, the likelihood of the human race wanting to be liberated in the future, was virtually zero. Then, how did Senior you all do it? Yi Yuan looked at Shang Heng and asked. Under such strict monitoring from the divine race, the human race actually had major powers. The likes of Shang Heng emerged. It was simply inconceivable. Yi Yuan was very curious about how they did it. Shang Heng's expression turned solemn, and he revealed a look of admiration as he said, This will have to start talking from profound secrets, that brat's father. Before the 18 of us grand ancestors appeared, he was the human race's leader. It was him who united the various races' major powers together. He then used an inconceivable method, sacrificing himself as the price, to SHI plus ELD heaven's secrets and send us, this batch, into a secret world. In the end, the 18 of us showed our talents and became led grand ancestors. Of course, there were still many peerless powerhouses whose strengths were not inferior to ours as well. But for the human race to be able to have today, Profound Secret's father, Jianmi, made the greatest contribution. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from listening. He did not think that the Jian family still had such a history. Back then, the power that the various races suddenly erupted with probably directly struck the divine race silly. They definitely never dreamed that so many experts would suddenly emerge. And at that time, their power of rules was already taken back by Heavenly Tao. They could only unfold a frenzied war with the various races. In the end, they left for the Abyss world in defeat. No wonder the Jian family could become the Heavenspan world's #1 family. It was not just Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's strength, turns out that it was also due to his father. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was, it was also impossible to contend with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Furthermore, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also inherited his father's will and exhausted his mind and body for the human race's future. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan felt great admiration. He could not help recalling inside the ancient God battlefield, the Empyrean vast universe who imparted him the Bone Sword, as well as the Qilin Emperor Bone's main body. They probably all perished in that great battle, right? So that's how it is. Senior bent your body and exhausted all your energy for the human race, doing your utmost till death. Junior Yi Yuan will engrave it in my heart. Senior's meaning, Junior understands. Senior rest as. Assured, Junior will definitely follow Senior, and stop the divine race. Yi Yuan said. He naturally knew Shang Heng's meaning. It was to hand this heavy responsibility onto his shoulders. Not talking about it previously was because Shang Heng felt that Yi Yuan could not shoulder it. As. Summing a serious attitude now, it was naturally acknowledging Yi Yuan's ability. Shang Heng nodded and said, "Good that you understand. Since you learned this ancestor's team law, you'll have to inherit this ancestor's will. Our human race can die, but we must never be pigs and sheep again." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Can there be unbroken eggs when the nest is totally wrecked?" This logic Junior understands. Moreover, Junior and the divine race's dead knot can probably never be resolved. Senior, time is limited. Junior won't be talking anymore. These remaining 100+ years, Junior will do my best to comprehend team law and not let Senior down. Shang Heng nodded his head, very satisfied with Yi Yuan's attitude. When Yi Yuan just entered, he did not find him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. But now, he found him pleasing to the eye no matter how he looked. In terms of talent, in terms of temperament, Yi Yuan was the best choice to inherit his mantle. With just over 100 years remaining, Yi Yuan was still very far away from this gap of an hour. Hence, he jumped into the team vortex again. It was still being sliced into thousands of pieces, but his courage grew even stronger. These ancient powerhouses' resolve was still soul-stirring to this day. How could he, Yi Yuan, be willing to be outdone by others? Moreover, without the sacrifice of these ancient powerhouses, there naturally would not be the heavenly Empyrean immortal grove who came later, let alone would there be the current Yi Yuan. This karma, Yi Yuan also had the responsibility to repay it. Time said quietly. In a blink, it was another 100 over years. The date of 1,000 years was already approaching. During this time, Yi Yuan's team law comprehension became smoother and smoother. His spatial law already reached the critical point of comprehending power of source. Time law also reached a level of 1:100. He was merely just a step away from the requirement of an hour 2. Seeing Yi Yuan's rapid progress, Shang Heng secretly nodded by the side. This kid's talent is really too terrifying. It's a pity that he wasn't born in our era. Otherwise, our human race might not have needed to face such tragic losses. Shang Heng said with slight regret. Yi Yuan stood in the team vortex. A hint of light gradually flashed across in his eyes. Turns out that this is the profound mysteries of spatial law? Yeah, this is Senior Shang Heng's spatial law, while I need to comprehend the spatial law that belongs to me. My spatial law isn't just the heavenspan world's spatial law, I have to create a spatial law that belongs to me. And then, there's also time law. These 2 great laws will be my Yi Yuan world's 2 great supreme laws in the future. Although Yi Yuan's small world had already opened up, it was still a region of chaos. There was no heavenly Tao, no power of laws. Everything was in the state of the primitive universe. The next time, Yi Yuan wanted to create heavenly Tao laws that belonged to him, making everything operate on its own. Suddenly, a Tai Chi diagram suddenly rotated behind Yi Yuan. A powerful Great Tao power started revolving in the S.P.A.C. team vortex. The sudden appearance of the Tai Chi diagram completely roiled up the entire S.P.A.C. team vortex all at once. The entire S.P.A.C. team vortex became incomparably berserk all of a sudden. That was Yi Yuan's own power of S.P.A.C. team law. His power of S.P.A.C. team law and the power of law in the S.P.A.C. team vortex seemed to have produced some kind of resonance, stirring up the entire S.P.A.C. team vortex all at once. Rumble. Shang Heng's expression changed drastically and he said in horror, "What is this kid going to do? Not good." He triggered S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos. He is going to be swept into the S.P.A.C. team turbulence. Chapter 2372. Unknown Land. Chapter 2372. Unknown Land Rumble. Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple suddenly emitted violent rumblings, reverberating throughout the clouds. The entire primeval war realm was virtually all trembling. The other two Inheritance Divine Temples were practically shattering under this powerful undulation. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Ancestor Lightning, this level of existences, were immediately startled. "Profound Secrets, what's going on?" Ancestor Lightning said in a solemn voice. Profound Secret's expression was very ugly as he said in a deep voice, "I don't know either. This undulation seems to have happened in the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple. Could it be that something happened to Yi Yuan?" The moment Ancestor Lightning and the rest heard, they immediately calmed down. As long as it was not their descendants and disciples meeting with a mishap, it was fine. As for Yi Yuan, what did his life and death have to do with them? In fact, Ancestor Lightning was even somewhat gloating over his misfortune. This kid considered everyone beneath his notice and actually dared to negotiate terms with this ancestor? He deserved to die. Originally, today was the day when the unpredictable children exited seclusion. But no one could have thought that such a huge change suddenly occurred at this time. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's expression changed slightly, his figure moving, disappearing on the spot. The rest followed one after another. When they arrived at the Inheritance Divine Temples, the other unpredictable children already came out of the temples. While the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple had long already fallen apart to pieces. A shocking power of S.P.A.C. team law surged to the sky, forming a huge whirlpool in the air. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion was deathly pale as he cried out in surprise, This is S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos. Not good. Yi Yuan is in danger." The unpredictable children were all baffled, completely not knowing what had happened. What a powerful law undulation! I didn't expect that inside the Supreme Inheritance Divine Temple is actually S.P.A.C. team law. Yi Yuan should be in the Inheritance Divine Temple, right? Such a powerful undulation, has he already been killed? Best if he died. This is probably Heavenly Tao's punishment to him, this unpredictable child. Yutanji sneered coldly as he watched this scene. Isn't that so? This punk killed me, not letting me enter the top 11, serves him right to die. Someone immediately concurred. He was completely ravaged by Yi Yuan this time, and did not even get the 10 great inheritances, and could only obtain the most ordinary inheritance. His inheritance was very ordinary. For his strength, it could not improve it too much, making it equivalent to being useless. Therefore, he hated Yi Yuan a lot and wished for him to die right away. He did not expect that his dream actually came true. This bunch of guys was already beside themselves with joy. Shut up. Whoever says another word, this emperor will make you regret being born in this world. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets bursted out with a loud roar. His expression was gloomy until it could drip water. The unpredictable children shut their mouths sensibly. They did not have the slightest doubt that if they said another word, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets would make them unable to speak again. While at this time, a phantom slowly walked out of the S.P.A.C. team storm. It was precisely Shang Hang. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets as well as Ancestor Lightning saw Shang Hang, they both bowed in salute. Senior Yi Yuan the group of unpredictable children was filled with fear. Who was this? To actually be worthy of these two people's bow? One had to know that one of them was a Dao ancestor. Shang Hang accepted it calmly and said with a sigh, "That kid was swept into the S.P.A.C. team turbulence." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed wildly and he said, "Senior, just what's going on here?" Ever since seeing Yi Yuan, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets viewed him as the hope of the human race. But now, this human race's hope was banished into the S.P.A.C. team turbulence, and could no longer come out again. One had to know, back then, it was Shang Hang who banished Tianqing to the S.P.A.C. team turbulence. Even that kind of terrifying existence was unable to escape from the S.P.A.C. team turbulence, let alone Yi Yuan? Shang Hang smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either." He seemed to have comprehended something at the final moment. But right at that time, the S.P.A.C. team vortex suddenly became berserk, sweeping him into the S.P.A.C. team turbulence. Later, you all saw it. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets only felt that it was preposterous. S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos was Shang Hang's ultimate profound intent. But even he himself did not understand what was going on. But, with Yi Yuan being banished, wasn't it cutting off the human race's last hope? Then what should we do now? Even someone as level-headed as Profound Secrets was also somewhat at a loss on what to do now. Shang Hang smiled bitterly and said, "Forget about now. Even when this ancestor was at my prime back then, I was also unable to bring people back from the S.P.A.C. team turbulence. Now we can only wait, see if a miracle appears. Oh right, protect his physical body well. I hope that this boy isn't fated to die." When Yi Yuan was being swept into the S.P.A.C. team turbulence, it was his consciousness as well as the physical body that the primeval war realm condensed. If he was unable to return, Yi Yuan's fleshy body would be a living corpse. This was a lush green mountain, endowed with natural spirits. Yi Yuan strolled around, not knowing where he was. Just earlier, he was swept into a turbulent flow, and only felt the scenery before his eyes changing non-stop. Then he arrived at this unknown place. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to himself, "S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos. Am I banished to the Ganges River of Time? But where is this place? It seems pretty good. But how should I go back? Right now, Senior Profound Secrets and Senior Shang Hang they all should be panicking, right?" A series of questions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. When he was swept into the S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos, he faintly heard Shang Hang yell out S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos. Wasn't S.P.A.C. team reversal chaos precisely Shang Hang's ultimate profound intent? Him comprehending S.P.A.C. team law actually produced a resonance with the S.P.A.C. team vortex and increased the power of the S.P.A.C. team vortex many times. Then this meant that he sent himself to exile. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid that it's unprecedented to be banished like me, right?" He just wanted to comprehend A.S.P.A.C. team law that belonged to him. But he did not expect that it triggered this kind of horrifying power, and he banished himself. This sort of thing seemed like a blunder no matter how one looked at it. Forget it. Since I came, might as well make the best out of it. Take a look at what place this is first, Yi Yuan said helplessly. Yi Yuan wandered over and discovered that there were many restrictions on the mountain. But to him, this formation Dao rank 2 source powerhouse, it was naturally nothing. This place looked like a mountain pass gate, but there did not seem to be many human footmarks. Yi Yuan discovered that the spiritual energy here seemed to be a lot more abundant than in his own world. Hence, he followed the trail of spiritual energy and headed to the thickest place. There, it was normally where the core of the mountain pass gates lied. With Yi Yuan's footsteps, his speed was naturally extremely fast. Before long, he arrived at the highest peak. Yi Yuan faintly felt many powerful auras. When he stepped onto the mountain pass gates, he was stunned by the scene before his eyes. In front of the vast mountain pass gates, 10,000 people were prostrated on the ground, trembling away. In front of the 10,000 people, several figures were extremely domineering. Beside them, laid corpses that covered the ground. Bang! A huge energy undulation flashed past. A young man was directly blown to pieces, not having an intact corpse. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help shrinking. Divine Race. Chapter 2373. Killing Divine Envoy. Chapter 2373. Killing Divine Envoy. Lord Divine Envoy, our Ziwei sect really didn't antagonize the Divine Race. Lord Divine Envoy, please lift your hand high up in mercy and let us off. In front of a middle-aged Divine Race member, Ziwei sect's sect master said tremblingly. One could tell that he was very scared. This kind of fear came from the soul. Oh? Is that so? Looks like the people that this envoy killed isn't enough yet. The middle-aged Divine Envoy smiled slightly and pointed a finger out again. Another Ziwei sect disciple was killed. His eyes were full of indifference, as if what he killed was not a person, but an animal. Ziwei sect's sect master trembled and choked with sobs as he said, "Just what does Lord Divine Envoy want before you're willing to let the Ziwei sect off?" But the middle-aged Divine Envoy's eyes landed on a young woman in the crowd. His eyes had indescribable greed. Ziwei has a girl who just grew up and she's known as Sky South's #1 beauty. Emo Qingshan, you understand? The middle-aged Divine Envoy said with a smile. Ziwei sect master, Emo Qingshan, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of resentment, as he said in shock and fury, "Lord Divine Envoy framed my Ziwei sect for Xiaoqiao?" The Divine Envoy smiled faintly and was indifferent as he said, "So what?" The middle-aged Divine Envoy did not bother to hide it at all, directly admitting it. He came for Mo Xiaoqiao. He fabricated charges and intentionally framed them. What could you do to me? The middle-aged Divine Envoy was arrogant and domineering to the extreme. Mo Xiaoqiao, Ziwei sect master, Mo Qingshan's beloved daughter. People should not look at how Mo Qingshan was trembling with fear in front of the middle-aged Divine Envoy. He loved this daughter deeply. In the crowd, Mo Xiaocao's complexion turned pale, her entire body trembling. She had looks that made myriad life fall, but it was hard to resist the coveting of the Divine Race. In the eyes of the Divine Race, human girls were merely playthings. Girls who were eyed by the Divine Race, each one ended in extremely miserable outcomes. She smiled bitterly in her heart. This day still came in the end? Mo Qingshan's expression flickered indeterminately, and he suddenly kowtowed. Dong, dong, dong. Each sound, the entire Ziwei sect could hear it distinctly. Divine Envoy, please let my girl go. Mo Qingshan is willing to die for her. Mo Qingshan said earnestly. But there was no compa shone in the middle-aged Divine Envoy's eyes at all. He just said coolly, "You can die." But Mo Xiaoqiao, this envoy is still bringing away. Mo Qingshan suddenly stood up, staring straight at the Divine Envoy, full of anger. He dared to get angry, but he did not dare to speak. Behind him were 10,000 Ziwei sect disciples. Once he became angry, these 10,000 disciples all had to be buried in death. But that was his most beloved daughter. So how could he watch her jump into the fire pit with his own eyes? Seeing the look in Emo Qingshan's eyes, the middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, appearing very unhappy. You dare to use this kind of eyes to look at this envoy? Emo Qingshan was startled and gritted his teeth and said, Divine envoy, please forgive me. The divine envoy said coolly, Death penalty can be spared, but punishment can't be escaped. You cripple your cultivation and demote to a commoner. The position of sect master will be succeeded by Lin Tianhan. Done talking, he turned around again and said to his two subordinates, Go, bring Emo Xiaoqiao away. If anyone dares to stop, kill without mercy. Yes. The two subordinates received the order and went, and were about to bring Emo Xiaoqiao away. Emo Xiaoqiao's complexion turned a few shades paler. She wanted to struggle, but she did not dare. Emo Qingshan's expression changed wildly and was about to stop those two subordinates. But the divine envoy said in a solemn voice, This envoy asked you to cripple your own cultivation, didn't you hear? While talking, the two subordinates already arrived in front of Emo Xiaoqiao, and they wanted to reach their hands out and take her away. Puff, puff. No idea where two streaks of sword light appeared from either. The two subordinates fell down softly right in front of Emo Xiaoqiao. Ah! Emo Xiaoqiao got a fright and screamed. The middle-aged divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said with an angry roar, Who? Who did it? Step forward for this envoy. Ziwei sect's disciples exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you, all uncertain about things. The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, No one is coming forward, is it? To dare kill divine envoys, your entire Ziwei sect has to be buried in death. Everyone's faces changed wildly, a look of alarm and anger on their faces. Who killed them? Why haven't you come forward? Want to cause all of us to die? Goddam. And it, who was it that wanted to frame our Ziwei sect to be eternally doomed? D.A.M. And it, quickly come forward. Ziwei sect's disciples all had ashen expressions, crying out in horror. Just this sentence, the lethality was too great. A divine envoy saying this was not joking with them. He said exterminate the sect, that was really exterminating the sect. To the divine race, exterminating a sect was too easy. I'm standing in front of you. Haven't you noticed it? Right then, a leisurely voice suddenly sounded out. It was not loud, but it made everyone's hearts tremble. In front of the divine envoy, a young man was standing with his hands behind his back. What was even scarier was that they actually did not know when he stood there. He was clearly standing there but gave people an extremely unreal feeling. This person was naturally none other than precisely Yi Yuan. Traveling through SPAC team, his spatial law already reached the level of source. Furthermore, this was the spatial law that he comprehended, superimposing with the heavenspan world's spatial law. Even for the divine race's powerhouses, it was hard to distinguish two. But just earlier, the shock in Yi Yuan's heart was similarly hard to express in words. He actually followed along the mighty current of SPAC team, and he arrived in the previous epoch? The divine race cruelly oppressed myriad races. Originally, it merely existed in his imagination too. But, seeing this scene before his eyes, he finally knew how Shanghang's hatred came about. The divine envoy's pupils constricted, and he said in a solemn voice, Who are you? To actually dare kill divine envoys, are you tired of living? Yi Yuan had a disapproving look as he said coolly, Killed then killed, so what? The middle-aged divine envoy's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, Very good. To dare kill divine envoys, after you die, the Ziwei sect will also be buried in death. Yi Yuan had a disdainful look as he said, Your divine race is really KY. Do you really take yourself to be the messenger of heaven? You aren't even a fart in front of me. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yi Yuan with shocked faces. Where did this guy pop out from? to actually dare talk so wildly. Divine envoy, that was naturally the envoy of heaven. The middle-aged envoy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Where did this lunatic pop out from, to actually dare question my divine race's authority? Today, this envoy is going to execute justice on behalf of heaven, and let you know what's called heaven." Done talking, the middle-aged divine envoy released his aura fully. He was actually at the peak middle-aged 8 marks heavenly Tao realm. This level of strength was absolutely overwhelming to the human race. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was merely 5th firmament heavenly emperor realm. This bit of cultivation realm was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. He naturally would not really take Yi Yuan seriously. "Pa." Yi Yuan snapped his fingers and said coolly, "Sword, come." Clank, clank, clank. Ziwei Sect's swords all flew out involuntarily in an instant, flying over toward the divine envoy. Poochie. The middle-aged divine envoy's move was not unleashed yet, and he was already pierced into a sieve. Chapter 2374. Sentry Celestial Palace. Chapter 2374. Sentry Celestial Palace, dead? He killed a divine envoy. You dare to kill a divine envoy. How dare you kill a divine envoy? It's over. You've doomed us all. Our Ziwei sect is finished this time. With Yi Yuan killing the middle-aged divine envoy, everyone's first reaction was not how strong he was, being about to jump realms and kill a member of the divine race, but it was that Yi Yuan had implicated them. Hearing this, he could not help shaking his head and sighing. The might of the divine race had long already penetrated deep into the bones. These people did not dare to resist at all. Yi Yuan was also burning with anxiety from watching at one side. That was why he would make a move. He thought that the Ziwei sect would resist. But in the end, Mo Qingshan did not dare to make a move either. However, he could understand. Under tremendous pressure, the human race could only swallow their pride and endure in silence. The price of resisting was death. How could a puny little Ziwei sect stop the divine race's army? Even ants drag out an IGN existence, let alone humans? Oh, then why don't you guys kidnap me and send me to the divine race there? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Qingshan's expression changed, and he said with an ugly expression, "This? How can this do? Little brother, don't joke around. It's just that, killing a divine envoy, this is a major crime." He knew that Yi Yuan was mocking him. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "I'm being serious, you guys are really not sending?" Mo Qingshan was stunned, but still shook his head and said, "Little brother did it in order to save us. Even if I, Mo Qingshan, am less than an animal, I also can't do this sort of thing. Little brother, you quickly leave. After the Sentry Celestial Palace's divine official comes, you won't be able to leave. Divine officials are late-stage 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, you're not a match." In the Ziwei sect, the strongest one was also Mo Qingshan, this sect master. His cultivation realm was also merely 6th firmament heavenly emperor. There was still a fine line away from a late-stage heavenly emperor realm. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse coming over could virtually sweep everything away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, "Do you think that I'm joking with you? If you don't kidnap me over, I'll destroy your Ziwei sect today." Mo Qingshan's expression suddenly changed, immediately feeling tremendous pressure. With Yi Yuan's present strength, destroying an unremarkable Ziwei sect was really too easy. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a young man stepped forward crisply. The young man said, "As senior, are you thinking of going to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace?" Yi Yuan looked at this young man rather surprisedly. He remembered that this young man was precisely one of Ziwei sect's geniuses who was about to be executed. Just now, he even had his hands tied behind his back. But now, he was released. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "A little interesting, what's your name?" He did not expect that among this bunch of obsequious people, there was actually still one who could see through his thoughts. His thought was not hard to guess. It was just that for these people, wanting to guess correctly was hard, because they never thought of revolting before at all. The young man said respectfully, "Junior is Qin Chao." Yi Yuan said, "Amen, you guessed correctly, I'm precisely going to destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace." Qin Chao had a solemn look as he said, "I know the path to the Sentry Celestial Palace. Junior will lead the way for you." Yi Yuan was slightly surprised and said with a smile that was not a smile, "You aren't afraid of death?" Qin Chao nodded and said, "Of course I'm scared. But Junior has already had enough of this kind of days. With our human race not resisting, we'll always be treated as pigs and sheep. If they aren't happy, they will slaughter and eat. Moreover, Senior saved this Junior's beloved earlier. Junior is willing to repay with death." Yi Yuan's gaze could not help looking in Mo Xiaocao's direction and discovered that she also had a look of surprise. Clearly, this was just Qin Chao's unrequited love. In the Ziwei sect, those who liked Mo Xiaocao, there were also 800 if there weren't 1,000. Qin Chao was merely one of them. However, these two people's conversation made everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. What the Sentry Celestial Palace represented was the divine race. Touching the Sentry Celestial Palace was tantamount to pulling teeth from the tiger maws of the divine race. At that time, the divine race's upper echelons would surely be shaken. Disregarding this, Yi Yuan was merely fifth firmament heavenly emperor. Even if he killed a divine envoy, what right did he have to go and destroy the Sentry Celestial Palace? Of course, the human race being oppressed for a long time, there would also be people who overestimated their own ability, going to provoke the divine race. The final outcome naturally went without saying. This young man was definitely another one of them. He was seeking death here and Qin Chao actually wanted to go together with him. "Qin Chao, what are you messing around for?" Mo Qingshan said angrily. Him not daring to flare up with Yi Yuan did not mean that he did not dare to get angry with Qin Chao. Qin Chao smiled miserably and he said, "Master, you turn back and look. That's your daughter. The divine race wanted to violate your daughter, and you actually allowed them to take her away freely. Also you all. How many among you all like junior apprentice Sister Xiaochao? But did any one of you step forward? Senior saved us and saved your beloved junior apprentice Sister Xiaochao. But none of you thanked him, and even wanted to blame him for being a busybody, implicating our Ziwei sect. We're humans. Proud and dignified humans, not pigs and dogs. Not fish and meat. The divine race treats us as pigs and dogs. Could it be that we also have to treat ourselves as pigs and dogs? I'm already someone who has died once. What's the harm in going to die again with Senior?" Qin Chao's words echoed loudly. Many Ziwei sect disciples lowered their heads in shame. When Yi Yuan heard this, he could not help revealing a look of approval. In this era, it was precisely because there were many iron-blooded men like Qin Chao that there was the human race's future. Ziwei sect was merely an epitome of the era. There were many Ziwei sects in the world. Even if each sect only produced one Qin Chao, it was an extremely powerful force as well. "Senior, I'll bring you." Qin Chao turned and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded his head smilingly and said, "Let's go." Ziwei sect's 10,000 people send these two people away with their eyes. In the crowd, Mo Xiaocao's eyes sparkled, as if knowing this Qin Chao, this senior apprentice brother, for the first time. Along the way, Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought. But Qin Chao's emotions started to change. In the beginning, he had the solemnness and melancholy of the wind howling and the waters turning cold, the brave warriors never returning. But as they got closer and closer to the Sentry Celestial Palace, his breathing also gradually became ragged. Clearly, he was starting to get nervous and scared. The might of the divine race was deeply imprinted in the hearts of every human, unable to disperse. Qin Chao's hot blood was surging at the beginning, that was why he would disregard everything. But when he really arrived at Sentry Celestial Palace, he started to get fidgety again. Yi Yuan did not notice his changes but fell into contemplation. I already fell into the chaotic S.P.A.C. team. Then is this world real or fake? If it's fake, how should I return to my own world? If it's real, then will my actions here change the course of history, and let the human race go in another direction? If I really change history, then will I still exist or not? Countless doubts lingered in his heart. He said through S.P.A.C. team and arrived. He was just a tiny B.U.T. turfly. Then would he, this small B.U.T. turfly, make the experiences of future generations all change? This was really a profound question. Chapter 2375, SPACE Freeze. Chapter 2375, SPAC Freeze. As senior, we've arrived. When Qin Chao saw Yi Yuan pondering, he reminded cautiously. Yi Yuan came back to his senses, gave Qin Chao a look, and said with a smile, "You're scared?" Qin Chao had a look of embarrassment and said smilingly, "A little scared. We're going all by ourselves, so it's no different from seeking death. I know that Senior is very formidable, but there's more than just one 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse in the Sentry Celestial Palace. Although I don't fear death, such a meaningless death is indeed somewhat not worth it." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You're right. Dying like this doesn't have any meaning at all." Qin Chao was taken aback and said, "Senior's meaning is not going anymore?" He was very perplexed. Could it be that Senior also shrink back? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "But who told you that we're going to court death?" Qin Chao's eyes lit up and he said in wild ecstasy, "Could it be that Senior even hide a large army? Haha, what am I saying? Senior is wise. So how can you possibly do this kind of suicidal stupid thing?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What army is there? You're thinking too much. Come on." This was a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. A majestic palace was hidden in the clouds, appearing mysterious and having experienced the many vicissitudes of life. This place was the Sentry Celestial Palace that made all races terrified at the sight of it. Stop! Who is it to dare trespass? The Sentry Celestial Palace? Several figures suddenly appeared, stopping Yi Yuan. 2 people. These few people were all middle-stage Heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouses. Except, they were all humans. Yi Yuan looked at them, his brows furrowing as he said to Qin Chao, "Why would there be humans in the Sentry Celestial Palace?" Qin Chao looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a freak and said, "Doesn't Senior know that many human powerhouses will serve the divine race? In fact, they even become the divine race's thugs, acting with utter disregard for human life. They are all the human race's traitors." One of them said in a great rage, "Insolence! The divine race is the messenger of heaven, towering above the myriad races. Serving them is something that each race should do. Brat who's still wet behind your ears, just based on this one sentence, you deserve death." Puff! His voice had yet to fade, and he was already killed by countless streaks of sword light. There would always be some who would drag out an ignorable existence. There were always some who would betray their race. Yi Yuan understood, but he was very upset. Some things were bigger than dragging out an ignorable existence. If it were Yi Yuan, he would rather die than be the divine race's lackey. When the other heavenly emperors saw Yi Yuan attack so viciously and so powerfully, each and every one of them shuddered with fear. A heavenly emperor powerhouse yelled out at the top of his voice, You dare to kill people in the Sentry Celestial Palace? Don't you want to live anymore? Come men. Somebody wants to rebel." His voice instantly spread throughout the Sentry Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's expression changed greatly and he cried out in alarm, "Not good! The divine race's powerhouses have all been alarmed. Senior, let's hurry up and go. But Yi Yuan did not leave and said smilingly, What are you panicking for? I'm looking forward for them to come. It was also just several breaths of time. Qin Chao two people were already surrounded by dozens of divine race powerhouses. Naturally, there were more of the various races' heavenly emperor powerhouses. Their numbers reached as many as close to 100. Among them, there were even quite a few who already reached late-stage heavenly emperor. Seeing this kind of horrifying lineup, Qin Chao was frightened until his face turned pale. He was merely just a puny little Empyrean. How could he have seen before such a horrifying lineup? Any one of them stepping forward, just moving a little finger and he would be dead. An 8 marks heavenly Tao realm who was wearing beautiful embroidered clothing slowly stepped out of the rank. Staring at Yi Yuan, he said coldly, Where did this impudent brat come from, to dare run to my sentry celestial palace to cause trouble? Got tired of leaving? Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, Cause trouble? No, 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 I'm not here to cause trouble. The other party smiled coldly and said, You killed someone within the confines of the sentry celestial palace, still dare to say that you're not causing trouble? Dared to kill someone, don't have the guts to admit it now? Yi Yuan curled his mouth and smiled as he said, I'm really not here to cause trouble. I'm just here to destroy the sentry celestial palace. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. Soon after, they erupted with a burst of loud laughter. He said, Destroy the sentry celestial palace. Ha ha, this joke is really hilarious. Where did this kid pop out from? Did he see that we're bored and specially come to tell us jokes? Destroy the sentry celestial palace. It's really my first time hearing such a funny joke in so many years. Forget about destroying the sentry celestial palace, even killing a divine envoy. The Ziwei sect felt like a hole was poked in the sky. Therefore, the lethality of Yi Yuan's words could be imagined. They seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, laughing non-stop. Suddenly, a human powerhouse in the crowd said, I seem to have seen that kid beside him before. It's the Ziwei sect. When Qin Chao heard that, his expression could not help changing wildly. He thought that he was just a nameless body and no one would recognize him at all. But who would have thought that he was still recognized by someone? His feelings toward the Ziwei sect were very deep and did not wish to implicate the Ziwei sect. If it was learned by these Sentry Celestial Palace people that he was part of the Ziwei sect, the Ziwei sect would surely suffer annihilation. The divine race in brocade said in a thunderous rage, Ziwei sect? What immense gall! After killing these two brats, the Ziwei sect don't have a need to exist in this world anymore as well. Just as Qin Chao was panicking and at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan lightly patted his shoulder and said smilingly, Relax, no one will know that you're from the Ziwei sect. Everyone was stunned. Was this kid stupid? Everyone already knew. How could no one know? SPAC freeze. Just as everyone was in a daze, Yi Yuan snapped his fingers slightly. SPAC seemed to be like the surface of water with a layer of ripple oscillating. Immediately, the expressions of all the divine race and human powerhouses changed wildly. Not good, this is SPAC freeze. We can't traverse through the void anymore. Everyone was immensely shocked. The gazes that looked toward Yi Yuan had horrified looks. They did not think that Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial law to such a terrifying realm. The gaze of the divine race member in brocade turned intent, and he said in a solemn voice, Panicking for? Even if he freezes SPAC, can he deal with so many of us by himself? Looks like this is the newly emerged peerless genius of the human race. Killing him will be a great achievement. Yes, Palace Lord. The moment everyone heard that this was the case, they immediately put away the looks of alarm and panic. What replaced it was greedy eyes. This divine race member in brocade was Sentry Celestial Palace's Palace Lord, a peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. This kind of powerhouse, his strength was already not much weaker than 90 origins. These 8 marks heavenly Tao realm powerhouses, heavenly emperor powerhouses, were all in a mad rush to be the first, Rus. Hi plus-ing over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was indifferent, faintly spitting 2 words out of his mouth again. Sword, come. My sword. Why isn't it listening to orders anymore? Those powerhouses who used the sword were all horrified. Their swords actually broke out of their hands involuntarily and flew towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, the flying swords within the confines of the entire Sentry Celestial Palace all flew toward Yi Yuan. For a moment, the entire sky was full of sword shadows dancing everywhere. Chapter 2376. Sources emerging in unison to destroy the Celestial Palace. Chapter 2376. Sources emerging in unison to destroy the Celestial Palace. Sword Tao Source. Formation Tao Source. Spatial Source. Just who the hell is this guy? When did such a heaven-defying genius appear in the human race? Why doesn't the divine race have any news at all? Too terrifying. If such a genius grows up, he'll surely be a mortal calamity to my divine race. Regardless of whether it was the divine race or human race powerhouses, after seeing such a commotion, each and every one of their faces turned ashen. A 5th firmament heavenly emperor brat actually comprehended 3 great sources. Among them, there was even a supreme law. This kind of talent was simply too terrifying. Sentry Celestial Palace's palace lord's gaze was full of solemnness as he thought to himself, no way. I've got to kill this brat. Otherwise, he'll become my divine race's mortal calamity. Attack together, kill this punk. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord did not hesitate in the slightest as he gave the order. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan put forth was very scary, how could it really scare Sentry Celestial Palace Lord, this kind of existence? With Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's strength, challenging 10 human 9th firmament heavenly emperors alone was also nothing difficult, let alone Yi Yuan, this 5th firmament heavenly emperor. Under his word of command, the numerous powerhouses each displayed their divine abilities. Although they were not able to traverse through the void, it did not affect them from executing their means. Especially late-stage 8 marks powerhouses of the divine race, that kind of power was simply several levels higher. Qin Chao stood beside Yi Yuan, his expression incomparably pale like paper paste. When had he seen before this kind of terrifying battle? You don't resist, listen to my arrangements, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety. Yi Yuan's voice came over leisurely, making Qin Chao's heart turn somber. Facing so many powerhouses, he was actually so calm and collected, as if what was in front of him were not divine race powerhouses, but a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. Yi Yuan raised his fingertips, the terrifying sword formation suddenly condenses. In an instant, the entire sky became a brutal battlefield. Ah! 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 The screams were continuous. Those human powerhouses, including late-stage Heavenly Emperor mighty experts, were totally like paper paste inside the sword formation, a swath dying in an instant. One had to know, even an unpredictable child like Pang Zhen could not last too long inside Yi Yuan's sword formation too. So let alone these people? Those unpredictable children, which one was not a 7th firmament or 8th firmament Heavenly Emperor super powerhouse. Compared to the unpredictable children, these humans were too ordinary. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's pupils constricted, being shocked by the scene in front of him. He never thought that a human could be so powerful too. This kind of leapfrogging realms to battle, the means to kill enemies, even he, a member of the divine race, could not do it too. The divine race was strong, but could the divine race's geniuses kill so many late-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouses with a wave of a hand at Yi Yuan's realm? Absolutely impossible. The more he witnessed Yi Yuan's means, the greater the shock in his heart. After the humans finished dying, it was the divine race's turn. The divine race similarly could not hold out for long in the sword formation. Those terrifying means could not unleash their power in the sword formation at all. The present true nirvana sword formation was integrated into the spatial source by Yi Yuan, its power rising once more. 3 great sources fusing into one, the power was simply unimaginable. The true nirvana sword formation, after being strengthened, was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. At this moment, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord finally felt the threat of death. He wanted to escape, but SPAC was already frozen. Coupled with the harassment of the sword formation, he had no opportunity to escape at all. SPAC freezing, it was equivalent to that this region of SPAC was already controlled by Yi Yuan. Being unable to utilize the power of SPAC just by relying on his own divine essence to fly, there was no way to escape at all. No way. I have to send this news out. Otherwise, there will surely be a catastrophe in the future. Thinking up to here, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord no longer hesitated, taking out a white crystal in his hand. Instant Message Crystal. This was the divine race's most urgent communication method. Once activated, it could send news back to the upper Sentry Celestial Palace within a day. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord muttered under his breath. Sky South has a child who comprehended 3 great sources, a huge disaster. Quickly send 9 marks to come and kill. Finished talking, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord directly crushed the instant message crystal. One white rune after another disappeared in a flash. These pieces of information actually said through Yi Yuan's spatial freeze. Haha brat, even if you kill us you're also dead for sure. After the message reaches the southern Sentry Celestial Palace, your death date will arrive. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord said with a cold laugh. He already no longer had any confidence with regards to Yi Yuan, because he unleashed all of his abilities and was actually unable to break through Yi Yuan's sword formation. Yi Yuan had long noticed Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's activities. Hearing that, he just said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, is that so? You take a look behind you." Suddenly, Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's expression changed wildly, his eyes revealing a look of horror. It was only to see that those runes were currently staying at a distance 1,000 feet behind him, crawling like a tortoise, not flying out of the range of the sword formation at all. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Time Law! Are you still human?" It was precisely Time Law. Those runes could pass through spatial law, but could not stop Time Law. Under Time Law, the originally lightning-quick runes became like tortoises now. The current Time Law was no longer 130. 130 was unable to stop such a fast instant message crystal too. The localized Time Law in front of them already reached an Astonies. HI +ing 1:100. Yi Yuan being swept into the SPAC team turbulence was indeed incomparably perilous, but it also let him obtain tremendous benefits. Regardless of whether it was time law or spatial law, he had great insights while in the SPAC team turbulence. Poochie! More than a dozen streaks of cold light flashed past, slicing the white runes into countless pieces. Sentry Celestial Palace Lord's complexion was ashen. He looked toward Yi Yuan in amazement, as if looking at a freak. "All right, I can send you all on your way now," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words full of indifference. Very soon, a piece of shocking news resounded throughout Sky South. Sky South Sentry Celestial Palace was completely destroyed by someone. Not even fowls and dogs were left. All of the people, including Sentry Celestial Palace Lord, had perished. This news was like a wind, sweeping throughout the entire southern border very quickly. For a moment, everyone from all races, they were discussing this matter. They were shocked by this news, because no one had ever been able to destroy a sentry celestial palace before. What was scarier was that no traces were left behind at all. No one knew who on earth did it. Being able to destroy the sentry celestial palace and not leave behind the slightest hint of traces, it's probably at least a Deva second blight powerhouse, right? Pooh! Can a Deva second blight stop the instant message crystal? Even for Deva fifth blights, those able to accomplish it are extremely few too, right? Then, who on earth did it? This matter is truly an epoch-making huge incident. The various races were excited. They were just the general public, but they were similarly people who had been oppressed and humiliated. This action of Yi Yuan was simply invigorating. They did not dare to speak out but expressed incomparably joy in private. Finally, the situation gave vent to frustration. However, when this news was spread back to the Ziwei sect, the entire sect was deathly silent. Chapter 2377. Agitating the World. Chapter 2377. Agitating the World. Qin Chao they really succeeded. How is this possible? The scary thing isn't that they succeeded, but that the Sentry Celestial Palace didn't even send the news out. Just who the hell was that young man? Also, how did he do it? Countless doubts lingered in the hearts of everyone in Ziwei sect. They wished to capture Qin Chao back right now and ask him what in the world was going on. This young man appeared too abruptly. His strength was formidable until it made people's hair stand on end. Too mysterious. In the entire Sky South region, only their Ziwei sect knew what had happened. But they also did not know anything. However, what was fortunate was that as long as the news did not leak out, their Ziwei sect would at least not suffer a catastrophic disaster. This was because the divine race did not know what happened too. They naturally would not associate it with them. But Emo Qingshan was also worried. Concerning the matter of the Sentry Celestial Palace being destroyed, upstairs would know sooner or later. At that time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace would surely be furious. Which sect would suffer a disaster would be hard to say. Sect Master, why aren't you speaking? When everyone was discussing fiercely, someone noticed that Emo Qingshan was currently being silent and could not resist asking. Emo Qingshan's expression flickered slightly and he said, was thinking, turns out that the divine race isn't undefeatable too. Suddenly, it was deathly silent inside the Ziwei sect's main hall. Yeah, it turned out that the divine race was not invincible. It was true that they were a powerful race, but they would die too. Emo Qingshan's words were like a plague, spreading in everyone's hearts. But he ignored everyone's surprise and continued saying, These few days I've been thinking about Qin Chao's words. The more I think, the more inhumane I feel that I am. I didn't even dare to protect my own daughter. Am I still considered human? What he said is right, we're humans, not animals reared by the divine race. We are already numbed until we're without guts anymore. And this is probably what the divine race hopes to see the most, right? Someone immediately retorted, but Sect Master, although that kid can do it, it doesn't mean that we can do it too. The divine race is too strong. Emo Qingshan nodded his head and said, Yes, so we need to become strong. Similar words were playing out in the Sky South's various sections. Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace was like a seed, taking root and sprouting in the hearts of everyone in Sky South. The various races were weak, viewing the divine race as the messengers of heaven. This was the subliminal psychology that the divine race's countless years of great pressure brought to the various races. The divine race was invincible. But, when a person came soaring into existence and shattered this myth, it would give people a fierce impact. This was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, bringing a trace of faint light. This light would eventually bloom, returning light to the world. And Yi Yuan was this dawn. In a spirit mountain, Qin Chao already completely transformed into a little fanboy. He looked at the Yiyuan Brandis, Hi plusing his sword, his eyes full of wars. Hi plus P. Presently, Yiyuan was like that unexpected glimpse of a beauty in his eyes, being stunning to the extreme. In that battle, he had a taste of Yiyuan's calm and collected killing technique inside the sword formation. Yiyuan was just like a celestial deity. Only then did he know it turns out that humans could be so powerful. The heavenly Tao's messengers in their eyes were totally clay chickens and pottery dogs under Yiyuan's sword. Who were those that Yiyuan killed? Peak 8 marks heavenly Tao realm super powerhouses. Furthermore, more than one. One person taking on a group by himself. That sort of heroism, that sort of aura which showed disdain on all under the heavens, was already deeply imprinted in Qin Chao's heart, unable to dispel. What pleasantly surprised him even more was that Yiyuan was actually willing to teach him sword art. Qin Chao was famous for sword arts in the Ziwei sect, his talent extremely high. Of course, this was relative to the Ziwei sect. When Qin Chao made this request weekly, Yiyuan agreed without the slightest hesitation. For no reason other than that he could step forward bravely and go to the Sentry Celestial Palace together with him. But after teaching Qin Chao swordsman's Hi plus P, he discovered that Qin Chao's sword Dao talent was truly a Stonies. Hi plus ing. His previous strength being too weak was because the Ziwei sect's swordsman's Hi plus P was too lousy. Now, Yiyuan's horizons were extremely high. He helped Qin Chao improve his cultivation method and taught him to comprehend sword Dao. As a result, Qin Chao's swordsman's Hi plus P advanced at a tremendous pace. Yiyuan also could not help sighing emotionally when he saw this scene. The talents of ancient geniuses were indeed not what later generations could compare to. However, Yiyuan also had an idea in his heart. The spiritual energy abundance in this era was also far from what later generations could compare to. The current heavenspan world and the heavenspan world of succeeding generations were also very different in terms of topography. The damage caused to the heavenspan world by the Doomsday Battle was too great. That battle fought until SPAC shattered, causing galaxies in sore straits. Only all the way until tens of billions of years later did it gradually recover back to normal. However, that era that Yiyuan was born in, things had already recovered a lot. Geniuses such as Wan Zhen also emerged crazily. In terms of talent, Wan Zhen should not lose to any genius of this era. Being able to perfectly fuse 5 element laws, even when placed in this era, he was also a top genius. As long as Wan Zhen was given time, he could definitely grow into an existence who could resist progenitor level. Unfortunately, there was already not much time. Senior, it turns out that sword art can still be used this way. You're really too incredible. If Junior can learn 1% of yours, I won't fear those divine race members too. Qin Chao said excitedly. The swordsman's Hi plus P that Yiyuan used made him have a feeling of being filled with wisdom. Only at this time did he understand that it turned out so many applications were still hidden in sword Dao. For some time, he drew inferences from one fact, all kinds of wonderful ideas surfacing in his mind. Yiyuan smiled and said, "The power of laws isn't the more the better. If you specialize in sword Dao, when you reach the level of rules in the future, even the divine race's ancestors will also somewhat dread you." Qin Chao's hot blood was boiling when he heard that. A look of enrapture was on his face. Yiyuan's guidance opened up another window for him. "All right, it's almost time we should head out," Yiyuan said. Qin Chao was taken aback and said, "Senior, where are we going?" Yiyuan smiled and said, "To destroy Sentry Celestial Palaces." Qin Chao's entire body trembled and he said, "Still destroying? Your Excellency, isn't it too dangerous? What if we run into 9 Mark's Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse?" Yi Yuan smiled confidently and said, "If I want to go, can he stop me?" Qin Chao's expression relaxed. Nodding his head like a chicken pecking for rice, he said, "Of course he can't." Ha ha ha. Several days later, the southern border central region sentry celestial palaces were all destroyed. Another half a month later, the western region sentry celestial palaces were all destroyed. Before Yi Yuan moved out, a 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm powerhouse led a team and just descended upon the Sky South region, planning on starting to investigate the matter of the sentry celestial palaces being completely destroyed when one news after another came in quick succession. The 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm was instantly fluid U.S. tiered. Investigate what C.R.A.P. An area at the Sentry Celestial Palace being completely destroyed could still be a coincidence. But dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces being destroyed in a row, this sort of thing was definitely a huge conspiracy. They had no way of investigating even if they wanted to as well. Because this was not a matter of the Sky South. People in all the lands of the southern border were instantly seething with excitement. Chapter 2378. Senior is going to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. Chapter 2378. Senior is going to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. Investigate. Even if you dig 3 feet below the ground, you also have to find them for me. At the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace, Palace Lord Origin Bright was unbelievably furious. 3 months had already passed, said. The southern border's dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces were destroyed by someone. But they did not find even a trace of inkling. Origin Bright could not understand no matter how he thought. A faction that could destroy dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces in 3 months, how could they possibly not leave any clues behind at all? These dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Just the divine race's experts had 1,000 people who died. One had to know, those were all late-stage 8 marks mighty experts. This kind of loss had never appeared before in tens of millions of years to the divine race. The incident this time was too big. The subordinate said gloomily, "But, Your Excellency, this matter, have no way to get started with the investigations." The Sentry Celestial Palaces that were destroyed, not only was everyone killed, even all the precious information inside the Sentry Celestial Palaces was also completely erased by people. Origin Bright's expression was grim until it was almost about to drip water. He said in a cold voice, "Didn't this matter start from the Sky South region? Then start investigating from the Sky South region. Go and question one sect after another. Can't find out, kill for me. Still can't, then destroy for me. Destroy one sect after another. Either way, the propagation ability of these ants is extremely strong and can't be killed off. I want to see whether they are scared of death or not. Yes. Also, pass this matter back to the clan. Ask Celestial Master Miluo to divine it. I keep feeling that this incident is somewhat unusual." Yes. Very soon, a sanguinary suppression was set off in the Sky South region. The divine race investigated the whole story of the Sentry Celestial Palaces in an extremely violent manner. Several major sects had their sects destroyed because they could not find out anything. For some time, everyone felt imperiled. Of course, the more frightened one was naturally still the Ziwei sect. The Ziwei sect's status was not considered high in Sky South. It was not their turn for a while. But the incident this time, the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace sent out a lot of manpower. Checking until the Ziwei sect was also just a matter of time. In the Ziwei sect, voices of discontent were heard everywhere. That guy only knows how to kill to his heart's content, but he put us in a dangerous situation. Too irresponsible. This guy poked a hole in the sky, but wants us to bear the consequences. Sect Master, we should go and report that kid. As long as we turn him over, the matter this time should be considered over. Otherwise, we'll face a catastrophic disaster. In Ziwei Sect's main hall, there were complaints about Yi Yuan everywhere. Regarding Yi Yuan's action of destroying the Sentry Celestial Palace, they previously still felt delighted. But now, facing the divine race's B.L.O.O.D.Y revenge, they could not feel happy anymore. Hearing these words, Mo Qingshan said with a gloomy look, "Report? Is your brain broken? You're going to tell the disciples that the divine envoy died in our Ziwei sect? Or are you going to tell divine race that our Ziwei sect's disciple is bringing that kid around everywhere to destroy Sentry Celestial Palaces?" The expression of the elder who spoke previously had an set expression on his face. He blurted it out previously without running it through his brain. Now, hearing Mo Qingshan said it, he discovered that there was no way to whistle-blow at all. Not saying the Ziwei sect might still survive. Saying it, they would die without a doubt. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, a weak voice suddenly sounded out in the hall. "Martial uncles, I think. I should be able to guess why that senior did this." Everyone looked over. It was the Mo Xiaoqiao who was sitting in the corner. Mo Xiaoqiao was also one of Ziwei sect's geniuses, her cultivation talent extremely high. Therefore, she had the qualifications to sit in this main hall too. Mo Qingshan looked at his daughter rather surprisedly. He knew that his daughter had always been very clever. She might have some brilliant insights this time. "Xiaoqiao, tell us about it," Mo Qingshan said. Mo Xiaoqiao nodded slightly and said, "Firstly, Senior destroying so many Sentry Celestial Palaces might be to save our Ziwei sect. Everyone, don't get agitated. Listen to Xiaoqiao slowly tell you. If he didn't destroy the Skysouth Sentry Celestial Palace, our Ziwei sect will definitely be exterminated. But just destroying the Skysouth Sentry Celestial Palace, investigating until the Ziwei sect is still not difficult. But if dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces are destroyed in a row, and no traces are revealed at all, it would be virtually impossible to investigate until our Ziwei sect." Originally, hearing this opinion of saving the Ziwei sect, everyone wanted to refute it. But, after hearing Mo Xiaocao's lysis, everyone thought about it. It was really the case. Someone questioned, but why did he do things to this extent for our Ziwei sect? A hint of brilliance flashed across in Mo Xiaocao's eyes and she said, "Naturally, it's because of Qin Chao. I can tell that Senior admires Qin Chao very much. Of course, he originally never planned on implicating our Ziwei sect either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said to have us abduct him to the Sentry Celestial Palace." The others exchanged glances, abashed expressions suddenly revealing on their faces. Mo Xiaocao's lysis was very reasonable. He was thinking of how to save them, but they were grumbling about him here, and they even wanted to report him. Mo Xiaoqiao continued, "Of course, Senior's intention is probably not merely just so." Mo Qingshan's gaze flickered slightly and he said, "What other intention does he still have?" Mo Xiaoqiao said, "A shot arrow has no way of recalling. Since this matter has started, it can't be settled anymore already. Therefore, this senior should be deliberately making a big deal out of things and making everyone know about it. He wants to tell us that the divine race isn't invincible. He wants to awaken everyone's hot-bloodedness and have everyone join forces to deal with the divine race together." Talking up to here, Mo Xiaocao's face also revealed a hint of respect and said, "This senior doesn't look old, but his breadth of vision is bigger than the sky. He is genuinely thinking about humanity's future." At this time, Mo Qingshan slowly stood up. Everyone could not help being taken aback. "Sect Master, what are you doing?" Mo Qingshan said, "I feel that what Xiaoqiao said is very reasonable. I'll go and pay a visit to the various sect masters and hope that they can unite and deal with the divine race together." Actually, there was no need for Mo Qingshan to take the lead. The divine race's sanguinary suppression already made the various major sects unable to sit still anymore. This time, the divine race was clearly extremely furious. Therefore, they did not have the slightest scruples when taking action too. The moment they killed, it was in droves. In their eyes, these sect disciples were simply a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Not happy, they would just kill. Hence, the leaders of these sects came to an agreement very quickly, and planned on joining hands to deal with the divine race together. Yi Yuan slaughtering dozens of sentry celestial palaces in a row already planted seeds in the hearts of all the various sects leaders. When the oppression reached the limit, even pigs and sheep would also rise in revolt. But, just as these sects reached an agreement and were about to make a move, Qin Chao returned. He came back alone. When Emo Qingshan saw Qin Chao again, he felt like he had met another person. Not seeing for a few short months, he felt like Qin Chao already underwent a thorough change. Senior went to the Southern Sentry Celestial Palace. Qin Chao's first words when he saw Emo Qingshan made everyone incredibly shocked. Chapter 2379. Coming elegantly, leaving suavely. Chapter 2379. Coming elegantly, leaving suavely. Palace Lord, things are bad. Someone forcibly barged into our Sentry Celestial Palace. Panicking for? Talking properly, who's the arrival, how is his strength? The arrival is a young man, can't tell his age. His strength is F5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. Are those human guards all drawing salary without doing any work? Can't even deal with a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor? Also, why are you reporting to me about everything? What are you thinking? You go and find Yuanzhen, have him go. Lord Yuanzhen has already been killed by him. What did you say? Lord Yuanzhen was already killed by that young man. Not just that, Yuanjia, Lu Feng, they are all dead. Furthermore, he even identified you by name, and he wants to meet the Palace Lord Yu. He said that he's the main culprit behind the destruction of the dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces. What did you say? He alone exterminated dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces? What a joke. Origin Bright's shock was by no means insignificant. He had once imagined countless possibilities, but he only did not think that dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces were actually destroyed by a 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. When did the human race produce such a terrifying genius? Origin Bright did not quite dare to believe it, but he knew that it was impossible for his subordinate to deceive him. Even Yuan Zhen died. What was impossible about him destroying dozens of Sentry Celestial Palaces? Go out and take a look. Done talking, his figure moved, and he went out of the Sentry Celestial Palace. In midair, a youth in white garments stood with his hands behind his back, countless flying swords hanging around him, his sword energy threatening. Those human and divine race experts, not one dared to approach him. They could only wander around him. Seeing this scene, Origin Bright believed it. His gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "It's you who destroyed my divine race's 18th Century Celestial Palaces?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's me." Origin Bright laughed coldly and said, "Looks like Sky South's events made you unable to sit still anymore. Since you did it, you must already have some sort of awareness, right?" Origin Bright was not stupid. With Yi Yuan suddenly jumping out at this time, he must have sympathized with Sky South's humans. This sort of humans who resisted the divine race, they had seen plenty of them. It was just that Yi Yuan seemed to be a little more troublesome. But it did not matter as well, since Yi Yuan came, this matter was considered over. Although the divine race's losses were huge this time, being able to destroy such a terrifying genius was also worth it. Otherwise, after this guy grew up until Deva 5th Blight, that would be very tricky. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Come to what awareness? I think that you've misunderstood. I came just to inform you that Sky South's matters can end now." Otherwise, the entire southern border's sentry celestial palaces will be destroyed by me. Of course, if you have that many 9 marks powerhouses, you can dispatch one to every sentry celestial palace. Arrogant. Looking down on everyone and everything. Facing a middle-stage 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm super powerhouse, Yi Yuan thought nothing of him at all. He did not come to surrender himself. He came to pick a quarrel. All of the divine race members opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Was this kid crazy? He thought that he could escape from Lord Origin Bright's hands? Yi Yuan went on a ma. As Saker earlier. They thought that it was just Yi Yuan's deathbed struggle. That was all. They did not expect that after he saw Lord Origin Bright, he still dared to be so impudent. Ha ha ha. When Origin Bright heard this, it was like he heard the most hilarious joke in this world, laughing wildly without ceasing. Brat, you're very courageous. Being able to destroy 18th century celestial palaces, you're very strong too. But your understanding of 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm is too little. 8 marks to 9 marks isn't your human Heavenly Emperor to Deva. Origin Bright laughed loudly as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It doesn't make any difference to me. Alright, I've already said what should be said. If you dare to make a move against the human race again, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree." Finished saying, Yi Yuan turned around suavely and was about to leave like N.O. body's business. Seeing this action, not a single one actually dared to stop him. These people were already intimidated by Yi Yuan's killing. How can my sentry celestial palace be a place that you can come and go as you please? Stay for me. Origin Bright bellowed, the pressure of 9 marks Heavenly Tao Realm suddenly releasing. A horrifying to the extreme aura instantly enveloped all the SPAC in a 100,000-mile radius. For Origin Bright to be able to suppress the entire southern boundary, how could his strength be ordinary? Even in the profound lineage, his strength could rank in the forefront too. The moment he took action, it was simply apocalyptic. Those human powerhouses almost felt like they could not breathe. This pressure represented Heavenly Tao. It was too terrifying. The divine race was able to suppress myriad races and regard themselves as Heavenly Tao's envoys. This was also an extremely important aspect. However, facing such a horrifying Heavenly Tao pressure, Yi Yuan did not seem to feel anything, continuing to stroll away. Origin Bright snorted coldly, striding across the void with a flash and arriving. The speed was swift to the extreme. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus right at this moment, countless flying swords arrived in quick succession. True Nirvana sword formation, arise. It was just that this time, the true Nirvana sword formation that overpowered all sides, was unable to stop the powerful Origin Bright at all. Origin Bright was like a giant mountain. The moment those flying swords touched him, they immediately shattered to pieces. The flying swords rushed over but were unable to stop Origin Bright's footsteps at all. In an instant, he arrived 10,000 feet of where Yi Yuan was. Haha, kid. This kind of means is still barely pass. Sable to deal with 8 marks Heavenly Tao Realms. But dealing with me, it's too weak. Stay for me. Amidst the wild laughter, Origin Bright suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He was clearly only 10,000 feet away from Yi Yuan. But his speed of advancing got slower and slower. Right under his nose, but seemingly far away on the horizon. Terrific lad, time law. No, wait, there's also source spatial law. SP, AC team synchronization, even I'm unable to easily break through either. Who the H.E.L. is this kid? When did such a monster appear among the human race? It was not that Origin Bright was unable to break through. But for him to want to break through the constraints of SP, AC team in an instant, it was impossible. However, Yi Yuan did not need to entangle him. If he wanted to leave, no one could hold him back. Just like that, Yi Yuan moved 10,000 feet in a step, leaving the sentry celestial palace like he was strolling idly in a courtyard. When his aura completely disappeared from everyone's perception, only then did everyone feel like they woke up from a dream. What a terrifying young man! He actually comprehended S.P.A.C. team law. Furthermore, his spatial law even reached the level of source. My God, even Lord Origin Bright personally moving out actually failed to hold him back too. I still found it very funny when he was threatening Lord Origin Bright earlier. But now I really can't laugh anymore. The threat previously, no one took it to heart. But at this moment, no one felt that Yi Yuan was joking. If really got on his nerves, he would really Saker the southern borders sentry celestial palaces clean. Send 9 marks Heavenly Dao realms to garrison? You got to be kidding. 9 marks Heavenly Dao realms were not cabbages either. There was no way to imagine how big the Heavenspan world was. Even if the divine race dispatched all of their 9 marks Heavenly Dao realms, it was also impossible to guard every sentry celestial palace. A subordinate asked carefully, Palace Lord, what should we do now? Origin Bright's expression was grim until it was practically dripping water. It was only to hear him say in a deep voice, pull everyone back. Send the news out. If anyone dares to deal with the sentry celestial palace again, none of the local sects will be spared.